Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, November the 3rd, Election Day in the United States of America. No idea what today is going to bring. By the way, the screen should be okay now, right? Just want to make sure, first of all, you guys can hear me and you can see my screen, right? Okay. So this is a very quiet day for my gappers this morning. There are a few to go over, but very, very quiet compared to what I normally see. So let's take a look at some of them. By the way, I would really keep an eye on SRRK. This has been really, really strong. It's not so much the volume right now, but look at where its high was. This was last week, of course. The week that it exploded, 46.45. Excuse me. They've done their financing at $39. Shrugged it off like it's nothing. So let's watch to see if it takes out that high and just continues. So let's take a look at some of the other. So a couple of little earnings plays. BBGI is an earnings play, but it's starting to give it up 236. It's underneath 2 right now. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but BBGI is an earnings play. JAKK, another small one, is an earnings play. It released after hours yesterday. Big reaction after hours. There's that mauve area, still kind of holding. So it's still up 17%. Now that has huge volume, 1.3 million. There's only 2.7 in the float. So like anything else, you just have to wait for the market to open and see if traders still want to be really interested. Triple D is a gap up on a sale. I think they sold a subsidiary for $65 million, Triple D. And this has room. If it keeps moving, it has room. Look at that weekly chart. 750 or so is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I suppose we have to look at these cannabis plays. Tilray was pretty active. It's just not. It's underneath 7 again. So they were very active yesterday. There's Tilray yesterday. Continuation this morning, along with some of the other cannabis stocks. I know ACB was also active this morning. BHC was active. I don't think it has a lot of room. Yeah, in fact, it's unactive. So when I say inactive, it's now gone negative. It is an earnings play. BHC is an earnings play. So at one point it was up to $18.50, and then a huge drop down to $16, almost a $2 drop. And that is an earnings play for BHC. AIV is some kind of a dividend play. AIV is a dividend play, so I'm not sure it goes ex-dividend tomorrow. So that is the reason why this is down. I looked at that. It may continue down, but it is a dividend play. Corsair, CRSR, is, I don't see any specific news on it. Again, it's high. I have a price alert for its all-time high. Of course, it's a IPO from here in September. Done pretty well. Now this one had a lot of hype in it, and I think it's given up most of it. AMBO, some kind of a collaborative effort with Cisco partnership. This is an educational stock out of China. AMBO, low float, 17 million in the float, but got up to $5 and it pulled right back. WKHS had been gapping up a little bit. Yeah, starting to pull back a bit though. WKHS Now, obviously, if this can get rolling, I mean, it's got a ton of room. Hard to believe this one hit $30 about 2 months ago, $31. Even AMC, so AMC released earnings. Obviously, earnings not great, but they did announce, and in fact, it is now starting to give it up. I mean, I was really bottom of the barrel with some of these early morning gappers, but I did not think AMC would hold. So it is an earnings play. The only light at the end of the tunnel, I think they said they've opened 593 of 600 theaters, something like that. But obviously, horrible revenues, etc. IEA is, let's see, is it still up? Yeah, it's still up. No specific reason that I can see. Had a big after hours move for IEA. There's that move area. What did it get up to? Almost $9. And ALSK, in case you're wondering, ALSK is a merger and it's at $3, so it's a nice big gap up for it, but it is a merger. GP, I see, had an upgrade or coverage by an analyst. This is a EV play out of Canada, actually, in my hometown, Vancouver. GP. Yeah, APVO, I'm just seeing it here. You guys are talking about APVO. Did see it here. There you are. So some volume coming in. Yes, APVO. And probably a low float. Yep, very low float. 2.8 million in the float. APVO. Just give me a moment here, please. I want to just check something. Okay, just give me a moment here. I just got to make a change for something I've got going on, and I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, what's the news on APVO? Announced its first complete remission. Are you guys having problems? I mean, let's see. Okay, there it is here. I was checking my IB headlines this morning also, and they weren't loading. I get the headline, but when I click on it, it was saying no data. I don't know if other guys having that same issue. No, no, it's okay. No, okay, it seems to be okay now. So that is a phase 1 trial, phase 1/1B trial. So very, very early. Will it? Let me just do another check. I think we're okay now. I think in terms of IB, I'm getting data now. All right, 9:14. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analyst this morning. Not here yet. There it is. Okay. So, yeah, man, oh man, keeping with the theme, many more upgrades and downgrades. It's been like that for, it seems like, well, at least a month, maybe even longer. So let me get a few of them in. And what I'm really looking for, are there any multiple upgrades or downgrades? Multiple meaning several analysts doing something on the same stock in terms of upgrades or downgrades. At a glance, I do not see any. Oh, wait a minute. INSP. I do see INSP. I'll take a look at that one. INSP. All right, let's just do a quick look to see what INSP is doing. Okay, this is a more expensive one, so this is actually an earnings play. So a couple of upgrades for INSP, all-time high right now. So if you don't mind playing the more expensive ones, it's a big gap up, all-time high, INSP. Now, downgrades, not too many. Let's see if there's, okay, a couple of downgrades for Sedge. I think this is an earnings play, SEDG. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And Sedge, SEDG, I'm sure this is an earnings play, yeah. So a couple of downgrades. Again, if you don't mind playing the more expensive ones, I mean, this is a huge gap down, 20% for SEDG. And if you do want to follow my watch list up and down, what time is it right now? 9:17. So if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you, if you have a layout already loaded, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout displayed at a time, open at a time, so your layout would be replaced, which is okay, again, as long as you've saved it to the cloud. In these two windows, nothing will happen until at least 9:45. This window, we will start getting some alerts right when the market opens. And let's see if anything is starting to APVO. Yeah, so that's pulling back a little bit. Well, it's a big pullback, guys. I mean, look, gets to 929 down to 8. Those are big percentage pullbacks, APVO. To be expected with a float like this. This will trade the float multiple times today. 2.8 in the float. It's already traded about half of it. Well, let's see if Twitter held that. This is the area yesterday I was talking about, and look where it got to. Look at that daily candle. Look at the bottom of that daily candle right there. Look at the daily chart right there. That seems to be the support. Okay, so it seems to be. Yeah, I saw that. They're looking to buy back shares. Anything to try to boost this stock price. So as I say, there's hardly DGLY. That is one that yeah, gapping down a little bit. Of course, I had a big day yesterday. I would be keeping an eye on it if it takes out yesterday's high. But even if it does that, there's still some resistance on the weekly chart. Would have to take out yesterday's high pretty strongly. Then, you know, it has a shot to maybe get to the 4 level. And the market so far this morning is another, just like yesterday. We had a gap up yesterday. The market opened, but we did have some fading, and then we had some buying at the end. We had some fading right there, and then we had some buying at the end. Yeah, it's a pretty low float, isn't it? BBGI, yeah, 8 million in the float. I mean, look at that, 29 million already. This will trade the float. Let's see. My guess, it'll probably trade 6-7 times the float today. 29 million already in the pre-market. Well, at least 5 times. I mean, I'm sure it'll get to 40 million. And it has room. I mean, you're right. If it can take out, there's the pre-market high, 236. I'm going to stick an alert at the pre-market high. Takes out that pre-market high, and there you can see exactly where it got to in the pre-market. 239 is the high, the weekly chart looking left. That's almost to the penny where it got to. Takes that out. The next high looking left is 274, and if we somehow get through that, then it's really got a big gap to try to fill. DBVT. I know it was a big flyer yesterday. Yeah, I just, you know, when these, I mean, it's, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's traded a million shares, but it's a big float. You know, it really sold off. I mean, it got as high as, what, 260, and it closed at 170. I mean, it's still above 2 days ago, but not. I mean, it's a lot of shares, but not that much movement. All right. There's one happy customer beside me. All right, EFOI. Keep an eye on this one. There were very little volume. Very little volume. I understand that. It may amount to absolutely nothing. It is an earnings play. When I saw it, it was up here, okay, but it was on no volume. I mean, obviously the volume is going to. That's not, I'm sorry, it is not an earnings play. They release earnings tomorrow. I misread that before the market opened. So I thought that said November 3rd, but it says November 4th pre-market. So forget about that one. Give me one moment, please. Okay, so APVO, all right, so maybe it found a little bit of a bottom, just under 8, trying to curl a little bit. How's that marijuana index doing? AMJ cannabis index it's up a little bit. Yeah, kind of watching that BBGI, see if it can reclaim $2. You know, I still have my eye in Blue Apron. If it takes out 4, just been a disaster since earnings a couple of days ago. Take out 4. I mean, the next low on those monthly charts is just around 2. Sticking a little around 397. Emily Squirrel, good morning. Never fails to crack me up. You know, this is an earnings play, but I just don't think anything's going to come of it. This is Travago, TRVG. It is up. I mean, it's up 13%, decent volume, but, you know, is it shortable? It is shortable for me. It's a cheap one to short, but, you know, really, what can we really expect out of this? If I look at that weekly chart, it looks like a ton of resistance right around that 150, 160 mark. $9.27, so I'm going to get rid of these two. See if anything else is showing up in my gap ups. This HSBC was there. Yeah, it's not too bad actually. I mean, it is a gap up. It's a UK stock, right? Yeah, out of the United Kingdom. So, do I see any? Can't see any specific news on it. It's a big float. 4 billion in the float. Triple D is kind of holding. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'd always add that. Yeah, this is going to be, I actually don't know how volatile it's going to be today, but tomorrow though, for sure. So this triple D is shortable, and let's see, there's the high, there's the pre-market high. I mean, it's obviously got room. You know, look at that daily chart. There's the 200-day moving average. That's still far enough away, but $1 away. All right, guys, earnings play, MOS, Mosaic. It is starting to gap down, excuse me, a little bit. I did notice I've had, I believe, a downgrade. Mosaic is starting to gap down, MOS. It's a pretty big float, I bet. Yeah, 344 million in the float, so it is an earnings play, MOS. William, I'm not sure how to help you. Because, yeah, that Windows 7 is not supported by us anymore, certainly not by Microsoft, so I'm not sure. Oh, 10 seconds? Okay, we're in. Sorry, guys, caught me by surprise. Okay, well, let's have a cautious day of trading today. Okay, BBGI. A little bit of momentum. BBGI, trying to see if it can reclaim 2. So far, no go. AMC, I mean, listen, my feeling is this is just not going to hold, but I just have to wait a bit. This is an earnings play. Obviously, earnings not great, but they're a glimmer of hope, as I said. They've opened virtually all their theaters, it looks like. This is another earnings play, GCI. I didn't really talk about it because I just don't see how much room it's got. I mean, a lot of resistance around 140, 150. It's at 128 right now. GCI is an earnings play. Yeah, William, I don't know how to help you. I mean, I know what they're going to tell you. You know, looking at Windows 7, it may have been working before, but maybe, you know, finally that's it. I don't know. Okay, there's Mosaic on the way down here. Mosaic on the way down, earnings play. And look underneath. This has a lot of room underneath, guys, on that weekly chart. You know, there is the support area, maybe around 13. So, you know, there are some lows that it might have to. It gets through 17. I mean, this has a lot of room. So it popped up. I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. There's the triple D starting to move down. You know, after that gap up on the news that they sold subsidiary for $65 million. All right, so for me, I have to put an alert for Mosaic just underneath 17. See if it takes that out later on. Yeah, look at these. Look at SRRK, guys. This is almost at that high. Super. Oops. You know, I mean, this is. Look at this. I mean, it's almost there. In fact, what is the high right there? 46.50. Almost got there. 46. Well, I guess I put my alert just a little bit above it. 46.60. I put my alert. Yeah, look at these, the EPs from yesterday. Look at XPAP just diving here. I bet you Nio's probably doing the same thing. It was your virus scanner? Is that what it was? But William, you probably, you know, do an upgrade. I mean, it can't go on forever with Windows 7. Wow, look at AMC. I mean, what a bounce off too. Another earnings play, JAKK. 556, cut down to 521. Little bounce, not shortable for me. Yeah, I think it's just a generic. You know, that error message. Boy, look Look at that SRRK. It's very impressive. Very impressive. I'm sure a lot of people must have thought that, okay, it's got to be over. But they did their financing at 39, and man, hasn't really looked back. It's there it goes. Just took it out, guys. SRRK, a new all-time high. Wow. Yeah, and that is an earnings play, isn't it? ANET. Yeah, I just don't look at the more expensive ones, but it is an earnings play. Yeah, up 17%. Okay, guys, MOS now making a new low. And there goes BHC. After looked like it was going to be a pretty good earnings play, up to 1850. Now a $2 drop. And LX yesterday was just weak. Look at this. Again, I tried to get the Mo's, guys. I could not get it where I wanted it. I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes, but I couldn't get it where I wanted to. I wanted it at 16.95, and it just blew right through that, and I just have trouble. I'm not going to chase it now. Because look underneath, it really has no support. So even though the market is up, there's so many stocks that seem to want to be gapped down. There's this LX. This was down yesterday. Where is the support on the daily? Maybe around 6. Yeah, where is the support? So the support for this BHC on the weekly chart, it's around 15.5. We're looking right there. Might struggle to get through 16, so it's not that far away in theory. These EV plays have been all over the place this morning. The NIO and the XPEV and the LI. Yeah, look at Tilray. Somebody mentioned the MJ. Let's take a look at the index. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, for MJ. Just slightly negative now. This is the ETF for the cannabis sector. All right, HST is an earnings play tomorrow. Sorry, post-market tomorrow. HST is an earnings play, but look at all that resistance in the area. Too bad. It's definitely on the move right now. Pretty decent volume, big float over the whole number, but to me, it just looks like there's too much resistance. Not that far away for HST. Yeah, BE, EV play. BE is an EV play. BHC continues down here. There to me looks like the support area. Yeah, plug on the move. So some of the EV stocks, I mean, I did see this one in the pre-market, but then I saw these bottoming tails. I mean, it's hard to get a gauge. But no question, I mean, if plug keeps moving, all right, Schwab is on the move here. Interesting. Schwab is on the move. SCHW. It is a big, big float, but it is on the move. Yeah, CYH has had, once it broke that 6, my goodness, what a great, you know what, I mean, it's at this high right there also on the weekly charts, CYH, 747. There goes plug, guys, plug on the move. Even Lyft is on the move here. LYFT. There's actually a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart for Lyft, LYFT. But again, a lot of these stocks, to me anyway, coming into some resistant areas. High at 2602. So we're at 2547. But if you look left on that weekly chart, but there's no question, plug is on the move here. PRTY is actually on the move. PRTY a little bit. Let's see, what sort of room does it have? Looking left on that weekly chart, the high was 219 last week. So it's a little bit above that. So the next high is 260. It's not a low float though. 99 million in the float. Now look how choppy things can get in the first 15 minutes. Not that after, 15 minutes, everything is completely settled down, but look at some of these moves. I mean, this SRRK got up to 47, back down to a couple of dollar drop. Yeah, I mean, solars, depending who gets in, I mean, JKS, but it's a gamble. Who knows who's going to get in? So there's JKS. Here's another one. It hits 273 right up there and then just starts to fade. So somebody was mentioning Kramer plugging JMIA. And Ambo, yeah. This was, actually it was shortable. I thought it wasn't shortable for me. Yeah, pretty sketchy news, Looks really good to say, hey, we're doing a deal with Cisco, big company, pops up to $5, reality sets in, now negative. Look at this. Oh, I got the Qs on here instead of the SPYs. Okay, a little pop in the SPY here. It's funny though, most of the things I'm watching are moving down. You know, you might want to keep an eye on GT. It had earnings on the 30th, pre-market 30th. So that was that was the reaction. I'm sorry, this must have been the reaction, but it's starting to come back, GT. Boy, this looks just like HST. PK, look how similar it is to HST. It is moving, but so much resistance. Take a look at the HST. I don't know if they're linked or not, but I mean, look at the weekly chart for HST and look at the weekly chart for PK. Almost the same. I don't know if they're linked. I mean, same sector. Well, plug is just plugging away. How's Ballard doing? Let's take a look at BL. Just a second here. All right, there's Ballard also, BLDP. That actually is a same kind of look as Plug in terms of the potential fill. Yeah, I wanted to get and there's Fuel Cell, the other one that, yeah, not as good. And there's BE. So guys, these EV plays, not necessarily the vehicles, but maybe it's the infrastructure more. Because, you know, the vehicles are not ripping higher, NIO. Yeah, too bad. BBGI is not shortable for me. This looks like it's not gonna take out 10 again, or 10 again, 2 again. Check out Ride, sure, why not? Yeah, so this was an IPO back. Oh no, I'm sorry, not an IPO. The SPAC that finally merged. New symbol RIDE, Ride. Bit of a pop here. Apps is on the move here. APPS is on the move here. Has some room. And what sort of float? 81. Not a huge float. Yeah, Ozzy boy, I would just wish it were shortable for me. I'm watching this PK here. I just think there's a ton of resistance right up here. It's a big float. The market's strong right now. There's a nice big there's the, of course, the second. Ah, there's Newell. Shoot, I missed it. Let's take a look at Newell. This had earnings yesterday. Or I'm sorry, October 30th. And look at that weekly chart. Has some room to 20. It's a big float, 420 million. Might be a relatively stress-free type of a trade until it gets close to 20. You know, because of that float. Big volume in terms of relative volume. Wish that were shortable, Ombo. Oh, it was shortable. I'm just late. I just can't chase it down. Not sure if it was shortable earlier. I don't know if, let me see how many shorts are available. Nah, it was always shortable. There's almost 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers, so it was always shortable. All right, Mosaic is really just kind of settling in here. This might give me an opportunity to short later. I mean, it's really settling in. Okay, just one moment, please. Okay, William, I did pass it on. Okay, I'm not sure what is going to happen, but I did pass it on as per your wishes. No. Come on. I don't think oh, this is the old Eros. Yeah, it used to be EROS, but now it's ESGC. Looks like this was I think they just changed their symbol right here. This is kind of come back a little bit here. Nice big green bar right there. Boy, it's a big green bar. Second 15-minute candle. This is actually the response I got back, William. Look at Apron, actually. Apron's having a nice bounce here. I was actually anticipating maybe a breakdown through 4. CYH continues here, guys. This is, boy, so strong since it took out 6. Earnings play on the 27th. It struggled for a little bit to get through 6, and then look at this. Once it bought through 6, yeah, I know. I saw a rig this morning. I just can't. I'm sorry. I just can't. Can't get into it. And it was an earnings play, Transocean. I mean, I just can't get into it. All right, so I am somewhat interested in one of the one of the AIs, the cheap one that starts with the letter W, but it's going to probably have to take out the whole number to get me really interested. Meanwhile, CYH is just, man, just taking out that high right there. So what are we looking at now in that monthly chart? Looking left, so $8 or so, right around there. Highs on that monthly chart. If it can somehow find its way to get through that. And up here, 10. How is Twitter doing? Yeah, pretty good. I mean, look where it got to yesterday. We were talking about this on the pre-market. It really got down to this little support area. See that bottoming tail, yesterday's daily candle, like a very, very small bottoming tail, got right to this little support area. Ah, boy, look at this ombo. Well, let's take a look at here. I mean, the next support is down around $1.60 or so. Guys, I'm just a little slow right now. I mean, there's that 816, yes, but take a look at the weekly chart. 856 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart for IEA. So it could really, really get nailed right there. So it doesn't have that much more to go. But from 816, not bad. You would think maybe this is going to hold. It's 1354 right down here. I'm around 13 AUPH. For yes, for torps, yes. No, I don't have specific strategies for the afternoon. I don't change anything really. Today is, it's a wild card day. Look at Freeport though, FCX, big float, 1.5 billion in the float, big move for it. Freeport, FCX, coming into, that again, that 20 area. Well, I'm not sure what happened to Ingersoll right here. IR. It's hard to believe that this was actually, yeah, this is probably, I think they maybe divested themselves of something, but anyway, IR right down here. Well, what do I think about it? I wish I'd had it on the sixth break a couple of days or last week. I mean, when we looked at that monthly chart, the next area is right at it. 790. I mean, look at that monthly chart. 807, 792, 792. So, I mean, if it can find a way to really break through 8, then it has a shot to get to that 10 level. I just find that some of these stocks are so close to what I would consider maybe resistance areas that I just can't take them. So okay, now Triple D has come back. So the high in the pre-market was 648. So it triggered at 633 because that was the actual market high, 633. So let's see if I can get back up there. I mean, it got all the way down to 6, popped back up. G-Gal on the move. Grupo Financiero. Yeah, definitely. I mean, somebody asked me about that. I mean, it's had a nice move. It really sold off yesterday, but it is trying again. Big float, 109 million in the float, so just be aware of that. Can't remember what the news was yesterday on it, but the alerts in the trading room delayed. Nope, it depends what you mean by delayed. I mean, everything you see here is real time, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Actually, it looks like a cross is almost starting to form for plug here in the 2-minute chart. So yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by are the alerts delayed. I'm not sure what you mean. Everything you see here is real time. Now, if you're wondering, this is the first time it happened. Maybe that's why you're confused. So JAK 1005 556. So obviously the price is not 556 anymore, but that's the first time the alert happened. Well, there are no. This trading room is free. All right, so the trading room is free. We don't differentiate between the to trade ID subscribers and non-subscribers. What do I mean by a cross? If you look at this 2-minute chart, if you can see this orange line there, and you see the blue line here, so that orange line is the 8 EMA, exponential moving average. This is a 20 SMA, simple moving average. It can be bearish if that crosses below. If that crosses below, let me give you a link for that, Dan. Yeah, so this is the trading room I'm talking about. There are way more active in terms of interaction among traders, okay? I don't know, plug looks pretty strong here still, but let's see. I'm waiting to see if we do get a cross. Yeah, look at Nautilus, NLS. NLS is strong. It's not an earnings play, but NLS is pretty strong here. This has some room on the weekly chart. Look at the height looking left is 26. Let's get an exact 2670. So that is far enough away. If Nautilus wants to keep moving, I would let it rest a bit and see if it can keep moving. And that's NLS. Well, Bartek, if you're going to take trading seriously, you can't rely on others. I will, you can see these, but you should be, if you're going to take it seriously, you want to have our program so you can quickly, you can construct your own alerts also, your own scans. I mean, you can listen to me all day long, yes, but I'm seeing things that you might not want to see and vice versa. So, only for stocks, yes. We don't do anything else. No futures, no crypto, no forex, just stocks, U.S. and Canadian stocks. Yeah, I see this HYLN on the move again. I have my doubts, but let's see if it takes out 20. So right now, nothing interests me in the AI. Look at these bottoming tails for XPAV on the 15-minute chart. Look at these bottoming tails. So, eventually maybe the sellers will get tired, and if it can get over 21 again, it could have a little bit of a run for XPAV. China auto stock. All right, well, JAKK is on the move here. There was the alert at 5:56, so, modest move from that alert. Nice, actually, a red bar ignored, not quite on the 5-minute chart. That red bar is probably not quite totally engulfed by that previous green candle. Yes, it did get close. 208, it did get close. Again, this could be, if it takes it out, it could be a continuation. The next high looking left on that monthly is 213, 211. I would think it would have to break those areas. If it does, though, and there's CYH making new highs. So I'm just going to stick an alert. Yeah, I do. I just haven't made any trades yet. I missed my short on Mosaic. So the market is still strong here. I'm sort of intrigued by this GP, a little bit of an upgrade this morning from, I think it was Maxim. Um, Again, an EV play. Actually, so Mosaic actually is turning around. The earnings play still down a lot. It's a big float, but it is turning around. You're right. And there's kind of a little cross there on the way up. There's looks like around 1690 or so. So that in this case, the ADMA crossed above the 20 SMA. I'd love to short this triple D. It's just a little close to that. I know Real's going to scream at me, but a little close to that whole number. But all right, APVO may have found a base here, guys. Of course, I had the big pop. This is only a phase one, so I had a little bit of excitement right there. 924. Looks like it's trying to find a base right here. Very, very low float, 2.8 million in the float. So this is already traded. This is traded 8.9 million. So it's traded the float over about what 3 times or so. Man, I'm seeing some of these stocks. I just wish there weren't what I consider, this resistance fairly close. Look at AG, silver play. Well, guys, wow, look at the HYLN. I mean, this, yeah, soared through 20 now. So take a look here on the weekly chart. The high, well, it's right there. And the high looking left is 22.44. So this has been, just crushed though. I mean, remember, 6 weeks ago, this was a $45 stock. It just got crushed. It was a SPAC, finally changed its name, did the merger, and just got absolutely crushed. Trying to come back though. Okay, so that cross did not happen for plug, not yet anyway. They're customized to my what I like to look at, but I share everything anonymous. What time is it? Usually I talk about all this around 10:30, but I share everything. So if you become a subscriber, here are all the scans that I'm sharing, or up here in the room drive, scans that I share. I say I'm sharing every scan that I use. And what I should do right now, before I talk about the test drive a little bit, All right, so the test drive will start if you click on this test drive link here. Oops. Be brought to the test drive page. Okay, so what is the test drive? So it starts Monday, November the 9th through the 20th, 2 full trading weeks with trade ideas. You'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. It'll cost you $8.99 for those 2 full weeks. And also open to those of you who are standard subscribers. You want to try us out, the premium service for those 2 weeks. You can do so also. It will cost $8.99, yes. If you sign up today, just remember what you're doing is you're pre-registering, all right? So you will not get data live data until Monday. Now, typically what we do, and I think I'm 99.9% sure, give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, and you'll have access to the program. You can actually try it, Friday, and then of course Saturday and Sunday. And what I would do is I would take a look at this. Meanwhile, AUPH is just sinking here. I would take a look at the 20 short lessons. Yeah, no way to change the y-axis, no, only the x. Okay, so the 20 short lessons, if you click on that, because if you're going to take the test drive, this is what I would do. I would, get yourself somewhat familiar with trade ideas. What is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Building one. A lot of the really basic features. Okay, so just take a look at this. And so Monday morning, you'll have at least an idea about what trade ideas is all about. I'm just going to wait till 10:30 when I'll talk a little bit more about other aspects of trade ideas. Here's another one of these hotels. They all look the same. Not all, but I mean the three I've seen. They all look the same on that weekly chart. Lots and lots of resistance, having decent days today. But the PK, look at it. Look at that weekly chart, the HST. I mean, they all kind of look the same on that weekly chart. Yeah, well, when you come in, as I say, I'm sharing a lot of screen. I'm sharing a lot of my scans, so you can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. Loading from the cloud. So if you take a look at those 20 lessons, it'll show you how to load things from the cloud. IEA continues to move a little bit. It hit a high. I don't know what the news was, but infrastructure. Well, okay, here's my opinion. If you're successful with it, then keep doing it. Opening range breaks is something that a lot of people look at. I don't know what range you're looking at. Is it 5, 15, 30? If you're successful at it, I don't have. I used to tinker around with it, but I couldn't find any. I couldn't find any advantage. But it is certainly something that, well, if you're using them all, I mean, it, I don't know what else to say. I mean, if you're success, if you're having success, but it is, a lot of people think that's the holy grail, really, finding those opening range breaks. I've never been able to create a strategy though and back test it so that it back tests. Look at DBI, guys. DBI. I mean, a back test, but not to any specific advantage. In fact, we used to have opening range breaks as one of our. I don't even know if we still have it. It's part of our one of the baseline strategies. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen if we still have it. I haven't seen that it's made the cut in years. So Dan, this is what I would do. Info coming from our subscribers, info at trade-ideas.com. And just keep hammering them. You want more than 65 days. Well, Kaiser, if you're getting them, great. It's all right. Now plug might be there's that cross now. It did kind of cross down, kind of flatten though, but I'm now getting more interested in a short of plug. Meanwhile, Jakk, is pretty strong. I'm definitely getting interested in a short of plug now. It had the little pop over 17, but this is now starting to cross down, though it's almost flat. When I say flat, I mean it's not like a dynamic cross down, I don't think. There's that 80 EMA, but I'm going to keep an eye, see if it keeps falling from here. If it does, I'll probably take a short and put a stop just around 1711 or so, which is where the cross is. But listen, if it's working for you, keep using it. You don't need my opinion nor Real's opinion. I mean, if it still is if it's working for you. But just like Real says, I mean, when I used to do back test strategies and all, I was bound and determined that an opening range break would work. I could not find. I mean, sure, of course, there are stocks that breaking the opening range keep going. That's not the whole idea, of course, of back testing, though. You want to find something that is working, I don't know, 65% of the time with a profit factor of at least 2 and pretty consistently. I could never do it. All right, CYH. This could be a top right here, guys. This might be an interesting short. Just sort of piercing. In fact, there's the cross starting. What? So you're going long on a bounce. It's a little bit different for you, William. All right, so now the market is just kind of resting. Well, starting to fade just a little bit here, guys. All right, it is now a little past 10:30. So first of all, a big welcome to anybody who's brand new into the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Share my screen, live on the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab there, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Kind of pick and choose. You can also click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. And then you'll see all the scans there. All you have to do is just copy the link. If you see something that you want to look at, copy the link. And then file load from cloud. You'll see the link right in here in that box. And you just load it. So I know I talked about the test drive. I want to talk about it again. And then I'll talk about some of the other links and taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, so again, the test drive. So the test drive, if you click on that link, this is the page you'll see. You can sign up for it right here. It will cost you $8.99 for 2 full weeks. Starts on the 9th. That's next Monday. Runs through the 20th. And you'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. Also open to our standard subscribers if you want to upgrade. Try us out for those 2 weeks. Yes, it will cost the $8.99, but you can try out the premium service for the 2 weeks. Remember what you're doing, if you sign up right now, you're pre-registering, okay? So you will get no data. Please don't inundate our support people by asking them, well, how come I don't have data? You're pre-registering. And probably about 2 hours after the market closes on Friday, you'll actually have access to the program. So you can play around with it over the weekend. And what I would do is I would click on this 20 short lessons link. And you click on that 20 short lessons link. It'll show you all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. So you'll at least come a little bit prepared Monday morning. Now, I do want to take you to my home page. Okay, so if you want to take out a subscription right now, there is the promo code, but I'll take you right to my home page. Click on my home page link. And so there is a promo code you can use right now, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So if you click on the Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans, a premium standard annual, $22.68 a year or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over in a bit. You do not have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month. You can take the standard, $118 less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. And again, that discount's only good for the first month. Oh, wretched AMBO. Probably it's going to go, I don't know if it'll go negative. Yeah, it's already negative. What a disaster. Look at this. I mean, got up to on that sketchy, really sketchy news, $5. Reality sets in. So again, this is now if you decide that you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Now, on my homepage link, you can also, if you go to my homepage, you can get the trade of the week. It'll be sent to your email about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, the prudent thing was to just keep in cash. There was no actual trade of the week, but we've had some really good ones the last 3 weeks. NIO, PBI, and briefly last week, in the face of a down market all week, was the PRTS. I'm sure we'll have a trade of the week next week, but this week the suggestion was just to stay in cash as the market tries to work its way through this volatility that we're more than likely going to experience tomorrow for sure. Daily, I do a daily market or trading room recap. You can subscribe there. Here's another way you can get all my scans. You click here. Here are all my scans, nicely laid out. And the education. So we've talked about the 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily support lessons. So I moderate the YouTube feed between 9 and 12. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. Today it'll be Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the trade of the week. And then I resume again from 1 to 3. I take a break from 12 to 12:30, so if you want to go to the YouTube feed, you just click on that, and you can join the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. We have daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there, and more educational videos right here, and some ebooks. So on my homepage link, there's a lot of information. Okay, now I do want to talk about the AI and then Brokerage Plus. So this is what our AI is all about, and I'm just looking here as a couple. One is not bad. Surprised there are as many. But this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those 50 strategies. That's what happened after the market closed last night. AI went to work, and these are the strategies that made the cut. So I don't care so much about what strategies make the cut. All I really care about is what alerts are we going to get from them. In order to see them, this is my recommendation. From the toolbar, click on New. And then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, click on that. And this is the window that you will see. Now, I don't show it. Next week I'll be showing it. But I don't show it. Not fair for those of you who pay for a premium service. I'm going to show it. But you'll have an entry price and you'll have a stop. And it's up to you to manage the trades. Okay? And what you can also do with this window is you can incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do this every morning. How's Plug doing? Okay, Plug on the way now, guys. Okay, where did I get that short? You gotta fill. So I am in this Plug short. was watching it. There's that cross now. I mean, there's the cross right there around 17. So there's kind of my stop. All right, see what happens. So I did get the short on it, talked about it. Again, guys, I don't tell you what to buy, what to sell, when to get out of a trade. You know, it's up to you. You know, I will talk about it. Real will talk. Other traders will talk about what they're looking at. Okay, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus right now. So this is the Brokerage Plus window. All right, now reasonably sure that by the time the test drive start, you'll actually see the Brokerage Plus up on the toolbar. You can click on Live if you have an interactive broker's account, or actually trade your account, or you can click on the Sim for simulated trading. Okay, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can trade your account. And I'm going to drop in a video to show you how you can do that. That's exactly what it does, yes. It's a real-time, when we get an alert, it's just like this, you know, it's a real-time alert, and with a stop. Then it's up to you to manage the trades. Okay, so with Brokerage Plus, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can use it to trade. You can do things like, and if you watch that video, you'll see how you can do these sort of things. But notice here, you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So if you click on an alert and you like what you see, and you want to trade it, then you just right click again, and then you choose how you want to trade it. And that video explains how you can do it all. The other way, and this is where I think especially if you're brand new to trading, relatively new to trading, you can use our simulator to practice trading before you commit money to the market. And it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. And it's very simple to use. You just click on an alert, the symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Most of you will not sell, that would be shorting the stock, especially if you're new. You want to go long, you want to buy the stock. So let's do one, just to see how you can do it. Well, that really fell, JAKK really fell from that high. So let's just see one that might be kind of interesting to go long on. And I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. I'm not suggesting this is one you would take. Let me just take the NWL, okay? I mean, I just want to show you how you do it. You know, it's not so much what I take this trade right now, but okay, so I'll just take it, okay? And I can go in at the market because the spread is only a penny, so I'm going to buy a couple hundred shares of NWL. There it is, right there. So you notice how it took the trade. I'll put it. You should always have a stop, of course, when you get into a trade. Believe it or not, they're not all going to work. So ahead of time, you have to have what your stop is going to be. I will show you how you can add it. I'm going to put a stop at the low of that candle. So add the stop order, 1918. And you will see It'll show up right on the chart. I'm just demonstrating this, guys, okay? And so if the price goes down to 1918, it'll take me out for a $24 loss. I can put a target if I want. And I'm just going to show you how you can do it. And how it shows up right on the chart. And it's kind of hard to see because it's jumbled, but right there, you can see that line right up there. There's your target line. And if it took it out, if you allow this trade to run automatically, it will take you out for a $60 gain if it got up to that price, or a $24 loss. Now, these lines can be moved right on the chart. Okay, so if I wanted to use this like a trailing stop, now, not to second guess my stop, that's my stop. I'm out if it hits 1918. But let's just say the trade starts to work well. I can start to use this as a trailing stop. I can start moving that line up and up. Okay, to areas on the chart that look like they were support. So I would put it just underneath so that if it took out that support area, I'd be out of the trade. Now, you don't have to do it that way, of course. Right now, if I want to get out of the trade, I can hit the flatten. These are hotkeys. I just flatten, gets me out of the trade. Or I can get out of half the trade, or I can double my trade. Or right here, I can pick how many shares I want to get out. If I want to trade 50 shares, I'll just type 50, and I can pick a price I want to get out at, and hit the sell. So it's very, very simple to use. And I would really, really encourage you that if you're new to trading, don't start trading with your money. All right. Okay, give me a moment, please. Now, somebody asked me earlier, do I trade? Yeah, I do trade, but obviously it's a little bit hard. I mean, I cannot concentrate 100% on trading. What you don't see that I am also doing, answering emails, not just what you see in the trading room. And of course, I'm trying to explain how to use trade ideas. But yes, plug is going okay. Now, real, I'm going to tease you with something. Cannot tell you when, but I think it's sooner than later. I'm going to hope this year. I mean, we're in November right now, but we are going to be able to develop an alert for these crosses, a real-time alert for the crosses, with obviously some filters in play. You will not be able to put a lot of filters in, but I'm hopeful that enough filters that it's going to make sense. Yeah, I've been pushing for it, so it looks like no, completely new. Well, we're talking EMA also. We're talking 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA. No, we're not talking the SMA crosses. We're talking 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA. How do you do a pre-market scan? Well, you can have, I mean, I've got, if you click on my homepage link, if you click on my homepage link, click on the links, and my homepage right there, and right here, here's a list of my scans. Click here, and pre-market. Oh, wait a minute. Don't tell me they didn't get... Yeah, here they are. They're pre-market actives up and down. Okay, so that's how you can scan pre-market. Yeah, I've just taken some out. That's a pretty nice percentage drop. I looked at that 1650, so the minute it got over 1660 again, I took some out right at 1664. And again, guys, so I am not telling you how to manage your trades, of course, but I did take some out at 1664, covered. I'm just going to get my marks here. 1692 on the short. Why I do this is because I do a video and kind of go over some of the things that happen in the room. Oh yeah, I mean, Real's been around for a long, long time, and well, there's a reason why he's in red, and I don't mean money-wise. Well, you cannot backtest. The AI is already backtested. You can backtest your own strategies, but you cannot backtest the AI. That's the whole idea. It goes through the optimization routine at the end of the day, and then the next day you're presented with the strategies that made the cut based on our win percentage and profit factor. Meanwhile, look at NIO, guys. I mean, this is really, after a bit of a sketchy open, look at all these. Remember, I did it with the XPEV. I mentioned that the XPEV had a bunch of bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. So you see all these bottoming tails right here, 1, 2, 3, that eventually the sellers will get tired and they'll say, okay, buyers, you can have it for a while. And my guess is that LI is doing the same thing. Yeah, I mean, these are the trifecta from yesterday. NIO, LI, and XPEV, three of the China auto stocks. All right, so the market is, so there's a little rest there. There's a little red bar right there on the SPY, a little bit of a rest. And now it looks like we're going to continue its march higher. All right, guys, I'm all out of the plug. Let me take a look later on, but it's definitely a nice rally. So I'm all out of the plug. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just, what time is it now? 10, 11 o'clock. Okay, so looking at edit here. Edit. Yeah, looks like there's, well, actually, how's CRISPR doing? CRSP. This usually trades like edit does. No, look at the market, guys. So the market is pushing higher. Ah, a little break here for LYV on the 5-minute chart. Look at this little break right there. What does it have on the weekly chart? And the next high looking left is around 56. Yeah, I don't have any special scans that I use for the. I don't do that. I mean, I know there are people that'll have different layouts for different stages of the day. I don't. Doesn't mean person shouldn't. I just don't. All right, so plug had a pop. Now, what is it doing here? Starting to so it hit, it hit my where I shorted it, and it bounced down. Interesting. So that was short lived. I'm all out of it now, though. Well, we have the swing trades channel. I don't know if you've looked at it. Again, swing trading right now is pretty tough. All right, in my opinion. That's why we don't have a trade of the week this week. So, you know, I'd be waiting. I'd be sitting this week out in terms of trying to find the swing trades. But we have the swing trading channel. I don't know. When you say any suggestions for swing trades channel, I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Have you looked at it? And, I mean, I just would not be, I'd sit this week out. This AMC is holding up pretty well, actually, surprisingly. I saw ESPR in the pre-market, and I don't think I talked about it. Yeah, it is an earnings play. I don't think it had very much volume. I think that was the issue. But yeah, now that the market's open, this has no support really. The low right there is 24.82, so it is below the low right here. All right, out on the move here. Out on the move. What do we see looking left? Yeah, again, I'm seeing so many stocks that look like this. Just have a tough time getting enthused, when I see all this potential resistance on the weekly chart. Wow, HYLN, hot. I mean, this is, but how, look at this. I mean, 2039, and then it drops all the way down to 1963, a couple of bottoming tails, and then pops again. Really, really whippy. You guys are talking about BLRX. Yeah, so the next high looking left is about a little over 3. Yeah, just take a look at that weekly chart. Look how many times it tried. It got up to 309 or so last week, but look at all these topping tails on that weekly chart just around 3. I do see that BBGI is testing 2 again. Just don't know. Well, there's actually a little cross there too, 187. Well, it may get going. I mean, there's some good volume coming in. Great volume coming in. Look at the... I was really, really low in my estimate, guys. Remember when I was saying this is going to trade to float? And I thought maybe 5 times? That would have been 40 million. Look at this, 95 million shares have traded. Just looking to see, so I mean, it was an earnings play, up 44%. Well, it's up more now. After Q3 beat. I think I have an alert set up here at 236. That's the pre-market high. Could be interesting tomorrow, see if it has a second day continuation of earnings, depending on what it does today. Because if it does, I mean, it's got a ton of room on a percentage basis. All right. Ooh, look at Fox here now, guys. VOXX. Now, this is one that does have some room underneath. See what it does right at 11. VOXX. I mean, the next high looking left, or next low looking left, is about 930 odd. So this has some room if it continues. Keep an eye on VOXX. Weak. It's a low float, 14 million in the float. All right, guys. Well, I took it, and wow, the spread kind of got a little bit ugly. But I'm in this Vox. Got a bit of a chase, and the spread got ugly. Just underneath the whole number, 11. Sort of an average of about 1097, but I really got to watch it because the spread got ugly for a bit. I think this can be a wild one too. I mean, with only 14 million, I've really got to pay attention to this. And it gets anywhere close to 11, I'm out. I just want to see this get into the 70s, maybe just take some out. I mean, it's got some room down here, but I think I've traded this one in the past, and it can be very, very whippy because of that float, 14 million. Well, the cross was way up here too. Too bad. You see, hopefully we'll get that cross on 1140. Okay, now it's not moving. And I know what Real is going to say, sort of bottom of a channel probably, but I'm just got to get that spread down a little bit. A federal election? I'm not sure. It's not fixed. It's never fixed like your guys every 4 years. first Tuesday in November. It's not fixed like that. We have 5-year terms max, but the party in power can call an election at any time. I mean, they don't want to do that obviously too many times, but they can call an election any time. But it's not fixed like you guys. And we have no electoral college. Shoot, I should have got out some. I just don't like this spread. Come on. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I just have to keep watching this. I don't want this thing to get up close to 11. I mean, if it does, I'm out. I'm talking about the VOXX. Looked like it was going to start to really move down, but do something, Vox. Yeah, well, your BLRX is moving. All right, guys. I'm not liking the way I almost got out at 1081, but I was too slow. Just don't like the way this is trading. But the spread has tightened a little bit, the Vox. Yeah, this BLRX is really moving. As you say, if it gets close to 2, that's a good... Well, it depends where you got it. That'd be a nice percentage move. OOT is moving higher. OUT is moving higher here. Probably should have looked at the daily chart instead of the weekly. There is a little more room on that daily chart. Okay, give me a moment, please. That was on purpose, the OOT. I never say OOT. No, I just put myself on mute. I'm back. Okay. What is the news on this? Is there any specific news for BLRX or just, well, hey, you never know. I mean, if it takes out 3 with any sort of oomph, maybe this is the day that it keeps going. All right, Plantronic. So last week's high, it had earnings last week, kind of a mixed bag. But the last week's high was 23.65. This has a little bit of room. This is about $1 to next week or to last week's high for PLT Plantronics. Was that today? I don't see that. I don't see that as a headline. Doesn't mean it's not there, but I don't see that as a headline for it. You're talking earlier though. Yeah, you're talking on the 1st. Okay. Yeah. This is an earnings play, guys. This is a real cheap earnings play. KOPN. Yeah, again, I look at the weekly. I just see there's just too much resistance. You know, having another nice day is TCDA. So there's TCDA. There's the high of yesterday, 684. Have to put an alert up there. This could turn into a short though. If it stalls right there. Remember now 3 days ago the big huge drop, and it has really done a great job at coming back. It had bad news on their drug, but it's had a tremendous recovery off the bottom. I mean 383, it's basically not quite doubled. Boy, this is a big area for this AUPH to try to hold. Right there, I mean, this is just underneath that hole number 13. If it doesn't hold that, I mean, look at where this one could go. AUPH. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I made a little mistake on the out. I should have looked at the daily chart, which is a lot better looking than the weekly chart. The out, and it has earnings tomorrow after hours. So the bets are kind of being placed right now. Well, I mentioned these 3. Look at LI. I mean, this has really been on a tear ever since those bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart, along with the I don't know if XPAV is exactly in the same tear. Yeah, not quite as dramatic as Lee. And then there's Nio. Yeah, so Lee is the one that is really ripping here. I mean, look at this move. Yeah, so basically out of that Vox flat, I had a chance to get a bit of a scalp on it, and I wasn't quick enough. So out of that Vox flat, here's an interesting one. TNK. All right, what did I do? Must have accidentally deleted it. Just a moment, please. Yeah, I was on mute. You're right. Okay, what I was talking about with the EVER is that the spread was a bit of an issue. It did take a big jump, well, pretty big jump down, popped up. Spread is a bit of an issue, 37.08, 37.25 right now. But of course, if it drops down to 34, that won't matter. And it is an earnings play. Release earnings after hours, really not that much reaction. Even in the pre-market, not that much reaction. The market opened. Just I'm having a tough time with that spread. 37.17, 37.38, now 25. Takes out 37 again. I may have to take a stab at this and it is that widespread. I would have an expectation if I did get into this. There is some support maybe on the 2-minute chart around 36.40-ish or so, which would be far enough away, but well, I think what I'll do is I'll just have to stick an alert down around, see if it gets down to this area again, 37.07. Boy, this, I mean, where is the support here? 1309. So I mean, I think the next low 1280. So the next lows looking left are around 1309 and 1280 for AUPH. So it has a little bit of ways to go, but if it ever took those levels out, obviously not good news today for something. Pulls the plug on dry eye something or other. So they have something to do with dry eyes, and they pulled the plug on their testing. Okay, TNK at an interesting level here, 979, 981 on the bid ask. You're mentioning CARG, so that usually is it has earnings after hours on the 5th, a couple of days from now. All right, well, it might be getting close to a cross here, like an official cross. But again, yeah, 42.65, tough to get really too interested in this one if that spread remains like that. And I'm talking about the EVER. Clorox, or Colgate, sorry, Clorox, Colgate. Yeah, all-time high. All right, well, things are kind of settling down now. I mean, looking at the market just kind of flattening out. I'm not getting too many new alerts. All right, guys, I'm getting closer to my break, about 20 minutes or so. I'm sure that Steve is in the room in the YouTube feed today, taking over at noon. Give me a moment here, please. I'm just rearranging something on my other monitor. Ah, what a short this was, Ambo. What a short it could have been. I mean, look at this. All right, MOS now. Looks like it, after that little bit of a flurry here, a little bit of pop out of consolidation on the 2-minute chart. There's a cross 1676 on the 2-minute chart for MOS, making its way down now. So yeah, already AUPH pulls the plug on dry eye disease study. So that's the reason why AUPH is just, I mean, this could be, tomorrow. If it takes out, I mean, what support is there? This is the area, but if it takes out, look underneath. I mean, it had a ramp up, I guess, on their study. Looked like it was encouraging. All right, Ever still has a bit of a spread issue, but at least it's down now underneath that, well, 37, 36.97, 37.11. Bit of a spread issue still, but not as bad. EVER. And there's the cross right there. It's way up there though, but let's see if this can. Yeah, this probably is sort of having a bit of a lift now too. Yes, it's sort of getting out of this area, which is a little bit hard then, to commit to something. I mean, this looks, this Ever really gives up 37. I mean, it's got a lot of room obviously underneath the Ever. But with the market lifting again, it is a strong earnings play. It's still strong. It's up 7%. You can't lose sight of that. Yeah, don't be afraid to ask a question. Well, when you look at the bid and the ask, for instance, right now for Ever, the bid is at 37, the ask is 37.11, 37 and 11 cents. So it's an 11-cent spread. Not terrible. When we were looking at it before, it could have been 25 and 30 cents. So that means, I mean, if we wanted to short that one earlier, you were already given up, 20 or 30 cents on your P&L when you're looking at it. Tough to do. So that is that's what we talk about, the spread, the difference between the bid and the ask. So you want it to be, I mean, obviously, look, the more expensive the stock, I mean, the spread is probably, you look at Apple or something, I mean, you're not going to get a 1 cent spread. But for instance, if you look at a $2 stock and the spread was, 6 to 10 cents, that's too much, in my opinion. Narrow spreads are, well, it gives you a little more confidence getting into the trade. I mean, imagine if you, okay, I'll really use an exaggerated example. If a stock was bidding 10 and the ask was 11, and you wanted to get into the stock right now, in theory, you've got to take it right at $11. But the bid is at 10. So you look at your P&L, you're down $1. Okay? Nobody will do that. So, I shouldn't say nobody, but you know what I mean. It almost, if you see spreads like that, it's almost as if they don't want you to trade it. All right, guys, as I say, I'm getting closer and closer to my break, probably another 10 minutes or so. I'm going to drop the YouTube link in here in case you guys want to go to YouTube when I'm on my break. Steve will be there. All right, I'm going to just keep keeping an eye on this ever, just in case it takes this out again. So you look at the spread, 36.87, 37.08. I mean, it's hard to commit. That's the word I wanted. Listen, if it drops $3, that 20-cent spread will mean nothing. But if I knew ahead of time, sure. Boy, that NIO is just ripping here now, guys. NIO. And I bet you the LI is doing. Yeah, LI is kind of doing the same thing. And the XPAV doing the same thing. So the three China autos from yesterday that kind of had a weird day, bit of well, maybe not. I mean, looking at this, I thought they gave up more, but I'm looking at that daily candle yesterday. I thought it had closed a lot further down from the highs of the day. Well, WKHS was strong pre-market. It's not China, but yeah, I mean, EV. I mean, this is the sector. I mean, it's come a long way though. $31 down to 7, almost cut. Well, it was cut in half. I don't think they have the same strength as, obviously, as those China auto stocks, or it doesn't have the same strength. If that ask could ever catch up to the bid on Ever, this has to give up 37 in a big way. But that's what you get, when you've got a reasonably expensive stock, with such a low float. You can get these spread issues for sure. And it's not like I mean, yes, the volume is, relative volume is big, 5.9 million, but the overall volume, it's not fantastic, for an earnings play. Market is just flattening out right now. Well, actually, it sort of moved down a little bit on this 2 minute, and actually the 5 is starting to, but I mean, we would really have to break out of here. I think for this market to really start to give it up, it would have to take out these lows right here. Until that happens, I think we're just kind of going to be stuck right around here for a while anyway. Look at that spread. Well, the more we get activity down around here, there we go. Wow. All right, guys. Well, you're on your own on that one. I mean, you have to deal with the spread, but it is tanking, not tanking. It is definitely on the way down now. And look at the SPY. Actually, maybe the SPY is helping that ever. Okay. Real, did you end up taking it? Talking about the ever EVER. Especially if the market starts to move like this. All right, well, the spread is tightened a little bit now, so this might turn into something that, I mean, there's the area that I thought might hold it, right here, 36.40-ish or so. Cracks down through that. Then we've got this area down here, 35.86. So I'll be taking my break pretty soon here. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube feed. Well, this ever is now really starting to work. You had to kind of close your eyes a little bit on the spread, but it tightened up just enough. I don't know if you took it real, but $36.86. Oh, look at that spread. Come on, catch up. That's the challenge, to be in a trade like this, you know, when you get that spread. And I got to take a break. Well, I'm taking my break pretty soon, so Wow, look at Jack. What this has had a look at the day this has had. I mean, that's a big pullback and looked like it was all over, and then all of a sudden, boom, new high for the day on volume, JAKK, and ramping here. What's the high looking left on that weekly chart is 591. So it's almost at, so it's a little bit above that high. Out of nowhere though. You're talking about the EVER. Yeah, I see 3619, 3644. I'm bound and determined to take my break, so I'm probably, but the market is moving down a little bit. I have that alert set right there. When I actually took that trade, I mean, it was the spread had tightened to about 15 cents for it, which I thought was, if I were going to do it, I was going to do it. What convinced me a little bit is that there was a lot of activity right at the bid, even though the ask was higher, quite a bit higher. There was quite a bit of activity at the bid. So I thought, okay, eventually that's going to, if they really drop the bid, then the ask has to come down. Ooh, boy, now this is, I don't know if I can take my break. All right, so okay, I will wait for your post, Steve. And I'm going to put the announcement in here. I will be on a break. I don't know if I'll be able to leave my computer, but okay, Steve is in the room. Okay, I'll stop my stream now, Steve.
Great. All right. I think we're here. Hello, YouTube. Hello, everybody in Barry's room that's hanging around. Hello, everybody that's coming over from any other room. I'm gonna be talking at you now here for the next hour. Every Tuesday, I give Barry the afternoon break and take over the YouTube live stream. I'm monitoring the chat window over there, so anything goes. Anything you guys want to talk about? Trade ideas related, charting related, stock trading related, psychology related, music related. As you can see, I've got Trade Ideas Live on there. I was listening to some music before, but anything goes. Before I tuned in, I heard Barry talking about JAKK, and I'm not a day trader, I'm a swing trader, but it's always fun to pull up the stuff that's of interest, that's in play. And of course, the first thing I notice there is the way in which the price action of good moving momentum stocks just seem to enjoy using that 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart as binary support. If it's closing above that line, then momentum is intact. If a candle closes below that line, the momentum is dying. And that's about as simple as I try to make it. And that can be used for day trading, scalping. It can be used for entries. It can be used for exits. It can be used for profit taking. It can be used for stop losses. It can be used for so many things, just depending upon what your situation is of risk management. All right, the questions are open here. Anybody want to talk about it or talk about something? Let me know. I was noticing yesterday and a bleed through into today. Day's not over yet, but the oil service sector, really 3 strong days of bounce coming into today after setting a new low. I don't know if that's a market election tell or not. We'll see how the day transpires. Noticing a lot of strength in the banks and financials for whatever reason today. But for the most part, in my trading, it's pretty quiet. I mean, there's some positions, and there are some, there's the AI positions. I've got that other account mirroring some of my other stuff, small size. But when we look at the AI, I always like to see how that momentum line is working that I mentioned. All right. So here's a short that the AI called out in NTR. There's our entry, and look at that. The rubber's hitting the road here, close to going to new lows with that moving average pushing down on top of it. Here's the opposite. Here's a long breaking through the blue line entry, and now we are working again, the rubber meeting the road right on that moving average here to see and remind ourselves if we want to stay in this trade or not. And for the moment, the moving average is telling us the momentum may still be intact. No reason to get out at the moment. What else is on here on the AI? Okay, another one that's gapped up, big, strong. Look at the movie 555 on the relative volume is always important to look at. I'll highlight that for you guys. Relative volume, doing 5 times normal its volume for a GCO there. Moving average is supporting the price action. Everything is still a go to stay long in a trade like that. This one's starting to bleed through a little bit. Daily chart, big doji, sideways action since the entry, and now it's bleeding down. You might want to cut that one if that one's not doing what you want it to do. Must be a short. Yes, there's our down arrow. We're pretty much kind of riding that moving average, but on the wrong side of it. That's another one that's kind of slipping. So as we go down the AI here, some of these are starting to give way. A nice entry, but pulled back into the red. It needs to dig in here. If you're long power PWR, this is all you should be paying attention to. If this candle can close above that moving average, you should be good to go for more. All right, let me just make sure I'm being heard. Yeah, I hear my voice on YouTube. I'm not being muted, so you guys are quiet today. I was off for a week and a half, just taking a staycation here in San Diego, so it's kind of nice to get away. The CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan, pointed this one out to me on yesterday, actually. And it's an electric vehicle, new issue. I think it's a SPAC. I don't play those typically, but I said to myself, I will set a price alert above yesterday's high, and if it breaks through, it'll trigger. Maybe I'll participate. Well, it did, and it's pretty much just a 5-day reversal off of the opening IPO here, or whatever you want to call it. So participating in that, and hey, what do you know? I'm feeling okay. The first test of the day was a pass as the entry pulled back and passed the test at that moving average. So this is one that might be a sleeper to keep an eye on. It's a new issue. It's a name people are not familiar with. Typically, I don't like to trade new issues, but I don't know. Something's just telling me to take a little bit of money and throw it on the roulette wheel and see what happens. Which is a good point. I do have a lot of cash still, a lot of dry powder in my account. I think the elephant in the room is clear. There's a big election tonight. The whole world is watching. The market will try and give us some tells going into the close. Call it whatever you want it. As I mentioned, this could be the most obvious devil horn double top we've ever seen in hindsight as we look back, or it could just be another beautiful range from which we break out and move higher. Two totally different ways to look at where we are right now. But I am more focused really on the NASDAQ because that's the one that's led us up. And when we get weak, it's the one that kind of leads us to roll back over. And what do you know? Here we are testing in the NASDAQ Qs our 10-period moving average for the first time today. So we'll see how this resolves itself while we're broadcasting with you guys. If some of you are not aware, if you just tuned in for my session, I'm sure Barry has touched on it many times, but we have our test drive coming up, which is our 2-week trial. All you do is really cover the live data cost, which is around $9 a month. And you can play with this toy that we use over here at Trade Ideas for 2 weeks, including the AI and paper trading and all that other stuff. So I'm going to drop a short link in there, and it's going to be called Test Drive. And if anybody wants to click on that, it's more information. It starts on Monday, next Monday, the 9th. Technically, it's going to start this Friday at close, but don't tell anybody I said that. Normally, these test drives will start where you can start scanning and running histories and looking at Friday closes over the weekend. And then Monday morning comes and everybody's jumping into our support chat. How do I do this? I'm confused. What do I do here? It's always a fun day for us at the support staff at Trade Ideas, the Monday of a test drive. All right, well, you guys are quiet, no questions, so I'm just going to kind of go about my stuff over here. I'll tell you what, I'm kicking myself. I didn't trust Plug. I was playing Plug on the way up, and then I even bought it here, and it failed me, so I got out, and I saw it down here holding the 50, just like it held the 50 here, and kind of there. Probably would have been a great, no emotional, no second thought type of play the statistics, play the probable odds type of trade, but I didn't. I started thinking, I don't know about these things. I talked myself out of it, but another example of how technical analysis can just work sometimes if you don't try and overthink this stuff. Boy, silver really faked me out. Really faked me out. Oh, I jumped back into PBI. I'll talk about it later in my webinar, but this was the trade of the week last week. I wrote it through earnings, but it was a midday earnings, and the earnings report, it was weird. It just sat right there on that green line, and that green line, I'll talk about this more in depth today, but that green line was support. The stock opened after earnings, PBI. Let me illustrate here. Went a little bit higher. There's a tick right there. And then went to lows and just held here for about a half an hour. And I thought, well, this is weird. It's just sitting at support. I don't like this. And the conference call probably hasn't even started yet. I'm just going to punch out. And boy, am I glad I did, because once the conference call something was said, you really didn't even have a moment to get out. So now, after a stock has earnings, after 2 or maybe sometimes 3 days, you've squeezed out the weakest hands, the people that just, especially day 2. They were a little bit maybe happy about that green tick on the open, and then it squeezed him down and took out that low. Well, in hindsight, well, not hindsight, but in looking left, I also noticed this morning that there was a little gap over here. And I still like the story on this chart, on the stock. The chart, it was broken, but now we've just bludgeoned the longs. There's probably a lot of capitulation in here. 2 days of wringing out the weak hands. We filled a gap technically. There's a reason to take a chance. So I took a chance on this one today. I jumped back in the trade of the week from 2 weeks ago. Pitney Bowes. See if it kicks back in. Still no questions from you guys. I'm surprised if is this thing even on. Usually there's lots to talk about that you guys want to talk about. All right, I'll just sip my coffee and drink my smoothie. Yes, Damien, it is a quiet day. I don't know if it's like this in your town, but I noticed yesterday I had to go to the doctor for my knee replacement follow up, and the most busiest intersections in town here in Southern California were like empty. And it's not COVID. I think it's the elections. People are just sitting at home. I don't know. It's really weird out there. It's very quiet. And a lot of people are standing in line today. People are staring at the news. People are staring at the prices to see. Thank you, Bang Thumper. People are staring at the prices to try and figure out, hey, can I get an edge? All right, let's talk about that. I have a feeling who I think is going to win, and I went ahead with a couple of bets that I made. Smith and Wesson. All right, I think Smith and Wesson, which was an old trade of the week, in hindsight, it wanted to wait for the election. This is a serious component, probably, of who's going to win the election tonight. Is the Second Amendment rights going to stay intact, or are they going to become whittled down a little bit more? I think that's what SWBI is waiting for. I took a position before because what I'm getting at here is the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If there is a big breakaway gap tomorrow to the upside, and I don't want to be playing chase. I'm just going to kind of go with my convictions and maybe think what's going to happen. Not big size, small size, and like I said, there's still a lot of dry cash powder sitting on the sidelines. But there's a few bets that I've taken here and there today. PBI was one of them. More technical than anything. I think it was a safer entry down here. I've been long X, U.S. Steel. I think infrastructure plays are probably going to come at some point soon. But today, SWBI was one that I took. Now, I took another one. It wasn't my pick. It was my friend Andy's, but I give him credit a lot of times for things. DraftKings. DraftKings was doing really well, and all of a sudden they just got a giant 40% haircut. I like it down here, kind of like that PBI, low risk reward. So what I don't want to be doing is chasing a big up market tomorrow. If we wake up tomorrow and it's a gap down puking market, well then I've still got some cash on the side and I didn't go fully invested. So I'm trying to just make it to where I don't feel like I'm on my heels tomorrow reacting. I'd like to maybe take a couple of bets home with me tonight. All right, some of you guys are talking over there now. Barry talks about the price spread. Where does he see the charts? Okay, when he talks about price spread, Tony, he's probably talking about the spread of the stock. On a stock that's a thin traded stock, a low float, like I don't know how much is in Jack. Let's take a look. He was looking at that earlier. Jack, what's the float? Very low. Okay, so the spread in Jack is likely to be, I don't have a level 2 up. I don't trade with level 2, but that's where you would see it. Not on the chart. You would see it on level 2. Bid currently 607, ask 615, 618. There's no reason why stocks shouldn't trade in a 1%, 1 penny spread. But when they get really wide, you have more slippage and more room for error. If you're wrong, you're not going to get your price. You got to roll over what they call lose the spread, sell to the bid, and lose those 7 pennies you'd like to be able to get on the offer. So that's what that would mean. I think that's what he's talking about, Tony. What do you think of BLRX? Pharmaceutical, obviously playing off of news from last Friday, big reversal coming back into play today. I think you're just going to want to use this, what I've been talking about. Obviously, this is a news stock. You've got 10 times relative volume, big 5-minute and 1-minute volume. And you got this rising, look at that first test of the day passed. Now you got this rising 10 SMA. You're going to want to see what happens there and just use that as a guide. If it breaks that, the momentum might be broken. If it holds it, then there's no reason to get out if you're currently long. Don't I think that SWI would have already taken off? No, I don't, Stan, because I was, I mean, that's a great question, and let me address it. I was really surprised that it just couldn't get out of its own way right here. I thought, okay, a little bit of a pullback. It's going to rest right there. Boom, this thing should really pop. What the hell is this? And then today it just kind of hit me. These guys sell guns. There's probably not more of a stark difference between the two candidates. And bets are going to be made here. And I think the victors will be rewarded tomorrow. Whoever is right, the shorts or the longs. I think this is a perfect example of an industry where it's all on the line. There's no secondary subsectors to kind of take away any bad legislation. Yes, Tony, you need level 2 to see what he's talking about. That's where you'll see the spread. If you pull up Citigroup or Sirius Satellite, it will always be a 1% spread. If you pull up Jack, I don't even look at it, but somebody else can tell me there might be a 10% spread, and sometimes it might narrow to 5 and it might widen back out to 15 cents. And that's when it gets kind of spooky and difficult. Okay, Christopher, the sector status is great. Is there a way to see the top worst industries for the day? So what I've done is I have this top list window, and it's just a window. There's no filters. I'm not scanning for anything. I've got my change from the close, change from 30 minutes, and whatnot. What I've also got is a column called the company name. So these ETFs are telling me retail is kicking butt today. And that's, as I mentioned earlier, the banks, the financials, regional banks, software, brokers. Then you got gold miners, semiconductors. So this is what I use. And so I've created just a simple top list. And what I can do is gladly share the code as soon as my system unfreezes here. And I can share it with you. So I'll save the cloud, share it, copy, cloud for sectors. This will just give you like the basic columns and the stuff. But what you have to do is you have to go to tools and you have to create a symbol list right here. And in this symbol list, create a new list. Mine is called ETFs. There's 32 of them. And I will copy and paste these symbols as well. And that's what I've pointed towards in that sector window. You go to the symbol list tab, and you would find it there. So configure, symbol list, and you can see I'm pointing it towards my ETF list. You first go here to get it, existing lists, grab it, and then enable it. And that will get you going. So here are the symbols. That's the way I like to do it. Christopher, there you go. Bill, hello. In Thinkorswim, you can see the spread at the top of the active trader tab. Okay, yeah. And don't forget, if you don't know what XLK is, slide over and see that that's the tech sector fund. Okay. What the hell what's JETS? JETS are the airline, global the airlines. Those are good to know. Now here's a fun bit. So let's say here's retail. Okay, retail. Andy was telling me he liked UA earlier. I'll call that retail. Well, we could go over here to our single stock window and move over to the tab called similar. And then we can sort by price and say, show me the low-priced stocks that are retail similar to UA. There's Chico's. Hey, look at that. Moving average, holding it. This is a not so well-known gem of a tool here that we've just created in the last 6 months at Trade Ideas, the similar tab. I got long SWN because yesterday I saw the OIHs. Yesterday the OIHs were strong. Okay, let's get rid of today. And I said, well, I want to look for some OIH energy stocks, oil, gas, shale, Pennsylvania, fracking, right? See where I'm going with that? That was strong yesterday, so I went to the similar tab off of British Petroleum, BP, ConocoPhillips, Exxon, and I sorted by price to try and find some low-priced energy names. Well, I'm familiar with SWN, and I've traded it many times, and I like the way it reached down and tagged the 200-day and bounced back up. So I'm in this trade for a swing trade. But my point is, as I'm showing you, you can go to these similar tabs and find things. We were looking at Under Armour. We go back to the small-priced ones. Okay, we saw Chico's. Let's do a similar tab here. There we go. Sort. I'm sorry, I need to go to UA. There we go. Chico's, LTB. Hang on a second. Oh, American Eagle Outfitters. Oh, I forgot about them. Oh, they're only a $14 stock. So you get the point. We can use that similar tab for a lot of hidden gems. And then you just put your eyeball on the chart and see if it fits your style. Do I have relative volume on at least one of the top lists I create? I do. I've got relative volume on these. The A table down here, you can see relative volume. So I could sort by all these charts that have great scores. And big relative volume in WMGI. But what I like to do with my A table is sort by the short float. And that's how you can see, there we go, short float. The coloration is showing me that PRTS has a big short float, possibly squeeze coming. So that's the angle I take. And that's what's nice about RT windows is you can sort by change on the day, sort by relative volume. And these are all changing in real time, by the way. Don, another good point is one of the reasons I don't use relative volume on all my top list scans. It is here. You can see it is on the sector scan, by the way. But the reason I don't use it on all my T windows is because relative volume is not scanned for in the morning, the pre-market. So if you have a top list window and you're filtering, you're looking for a filter value of relative volume, it's going to just block out the whole scan because all the filters need to be satisfied or they won't work at all. And if one thing doesn't work in the morning, oh look, UA just came through new high here. Look at that. We were just talking about UA. So relative volume is a great filter, but remember, it won't allow it to work in pre-market. Ammo stocks. Now let's take a look at some ammo stocks. Then maybe we could even use the similar tab. So VSTO, Vista Outdoors. Interesting. Let's look at the similar plays. OLN, POWW. Is that one on there? Let's look at OLN. Yeah, that's a nice looking chart too. Holding that moving average right there midday as well. POW. I like that name. So POW. Arms ammunition. Let's play the similar game with this one. So POW, okay. We've also got CPSH, BMI. There's POW. That one's coming to life a little bit. That one's coming to life. WRTC, Common Stock, RAP Technologies, Ordnance. Other Ordnance is what that one's called, huh? Oh, look, there's my buddy, Smith & Wesson, making guns and knives. Okay, so cool. Love that similar tab when it's time to go fishing. Do you have relative volume, memo stocks? Oh, can you share your alert window? Which one are you asking about, Iris? The A table? Since I was talking about that, I will assume you meant that one. Copy. And let me show you what I did. There is the A table, but I made a duplicate, right? Click, make a duplicate. There it is. And then in that duplicate, I went into configure and I said, just cap it out at $25. So I call this one the A table junior. This is all the ones that are under $25. Same scan, just stuff that's under 25. There's that car parts. APT is looking really interesting. Roofing and siding. Well, did they do something else? I forgot. Oh, it was PPP care. That's right. Ooh, that looks really interesting too. CODX, what do they do? More surgical and medical. Okay. So when I see something like that, and if I'm looking to play, if I really want to participate, I would say, well, you know, if I go back 2 days here, if I set a price alert off that high, it'll trigger in real time. I'll come back and revisit that. There's Fitbit. So these are all stocks with good charts, good scores. There's Under Armour. And probably a short float of at least 10 or higher. Under Armour A. Zynga. So those two scans are kind of one and the same there. The A table junior. Relative volume, Stan, is only calculated after the market opens. So you can have a column for it, but it's not going to do anything. If you're trying to scan for something that has relative volume in pre-market, the whole scan's not going to work. Our relative volume only starts calculating during normal market hours. right, I do believe we're all caught up here. Ride, let's check in on Ride. It's doing just fine. You know, if this thing has a really nice day today, maybe I'll get my day and a half that I talk a lot about. Get some follow through into tomorrow. A really nice aggressive price target might be something like that. I'd take that over a day and a half. Wouldn't look back. So the energy name is the one that's giving me the biggest fit today, it looks like. All right, I think we're caught up over here. Still got a good group. Iris, if your screen was fuzzy, you want to come over here and go to Settings, Quality, and change it to 1080 or something bigger. That's what you're going to want to do. Trade of the week this week was to be in cash and not try and force something. Because something can look good and then market gets blindsided by something in the elections and it's all gone. There's no point. Yes, I'm doing a few things, but a lot of them are entries that have had a pretty big slide already, like that one and DraftKings. The only one that's really kind of extended up here is U.S. Steel, but it's still riding those moving averages, so I'm happy about that. So solar's having a rough time today, huh? That's the solar ETF, by the way, which is having a beautiful, beautiful October, late September. And then it just broke, and now it's resting under the armpit here. Not a strong position for the solar ETF, in my opinion. Those energy stocks pretty much took a rest after a big 3-day bounce. There's Tesla, and you could even consider Tesla, a bit of a solar stock because they took in his third company, Solar City. So they definitely have a solar function, but Tesla is just popped up right into the armpit there. The armpit. There we go. Get that crosshair out of there. It's just a bounce after breaking the 50 and then popping right up into this jumble here. It's like a net. Spider web. It's going to get all tangled up there. It's not going to cut through like butter. I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying it's not going to be easy. Uh-oh, my ride is dropping? Nah, not much. As long as it's above that moving average, that's all I care about. Goes up, peeks its head, makes a new high, pulls back. That's just how the algos trade. Float, not bad, 26 million. It's not too bad. What I've done here, if anybody's curious, this thing's very active, and it's just a high-low ticker. If I start seeing this thing just awash in red, then I know something's happening out there. I usually don't use that kind of stuff, but lately I've just been kind of curious what the tone of the market is, and you can get a feel for if you just see a sea of green, you know the market's moving up. Iris, if you mean if your YouTube signal is not clear, you just need to go to the YouTube settings. And then under quality, you can change the quality to a higher what do you call that, resolution. Now Neo, boy, that's one that's been extremely strong. This one, I've traded bits and pieces of it, but I've not participated in this crazy move. Some people are calling it like a junior Tesla, baby Tesla. Maybe. Maybe it's trying to play catch up to that space. Wow. Look at these gold names. They just really faked people out. Wow, look at that. One thing I noticed today, the IWM has been pretty strong, up 2.3%, same as the Nasdaq. Small caps are showing buoyancy. If you ever want to, see a day where the small caps are all popping like popcorn out there, just double check. I bet you the IWM is up at least 2 or 3% on a day like that. It's the Russell 2000. Big overnight gap down in the dollar. AWH. Somebody's saying, I remember typing this in yesterday. What do they do? A woman's health in vitro. Well, they obviously have a technology. They're a low price stock. Not a bad looking chart. Obviously, it's going to have a lot to say if it can get through that level right there. 3 solid days of resistance plus back here support. It's all going to happen right there at that $3.99, $4 level for that one. ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, look at that. So I'm starting to see a bunch of energy names going lower, which probably isn't helping my SWN at all. Nope, back on lows. HON, a very nice move lately. Honeywell. Oh yeah, wow. Jeez. That's crazy. Looks like some of those gold miner names, but obviously not a gold miner. Come on, ride. I usually don't play these new issues, meaning the last new issue I played pretty new was Rocket. And it didn't really work out that well. I participated up and then didn't take profits and then gave it all back. And then once it broke that moving average, got out, and it hasn't looked back since. Except for right here. It had another shot right here and gave it all away. Couldn't hack it. Got to get out. if you're playing that move, which I think I did. I think I got burned again, and I got out there. Market is holding our test of the intraday 10-period moving average. When we signed on together, we talked about how this was going to probably resolve itself during our session, and for the most part, it's still saying the buyers are in control here at this point of the day. This is my above all moving averages. It's another top list. There's no timing involved here. It's just a set of ideas that if you like, you're going to have to corner the price with a price alert. And as I go through here, I'm not seeing a whole lot that really catches my eye. A lot of things look the same. They sold off hard 3 days and they bounced hard 3 days. And they're all just looking kind of the same. GM. What else we got here? We've got the revenue growth fishing. This is going to look for stuff like Smith & Wesson, stuff that's been beat up, but might have a little bit of shape to the charts. Expert, what are they? They're a holding company, huh? Oh, all right. That looks kind of interesting. I would come through and do something along those lines right there. And then when that blue line triggers, I will be alerted. That's also kind of interesting. There's our Smith & Wesson. Holding up intraday as I would hope it would, but again, this is a swing trade and it's welcome to move around a little bit. Can you talk about VWAP, I assume? The only VWAP I've been using lately is anchored VWAP. And we did something a couple weeks ago, excuse me, in Jamie's webinar. Anchored VWAP means you're looking at the VWAP from a specific point in time. Brian Shannon, my good friend in Colorado, uses it, preaches it. It's his go-to. Like the 10 SMA is my go-to. The anchored VWAP is his go-to. And how he uses it is a way to anchor a point in time, likely a gap of earnings. Or in this case, on RIDE, the first day of trading. So if I was to come and use our anchored VWAP, click right there and take that arrow, drop that arrow on day number 1 of trading, hey, look at that. We're running right into the average value weighted price since the anchor of the first day of trading. So this is about as pure as a VWAP as you can get. So you can do this also on charts that have gapped with earnings or something like that. If you want to get a bit more technical, Brian has showed me, if you can, you always want to try and use a 15-minute candle if you can. And then you come here and you grab the anchor. You go to the first candle on the chart. And oh, a little different. There's a little bit more slop in there because you see on the daily, look at that, the wick pierced through. Okay, this is why Brian shows me to try and get get dirty, get down and dirty here in the 15-minute candle. So now we're actually spacing all 15 candles in our calculation. And when you look at that little push, that little thrust up to highs, almost touched. the anchored VWAP. So this, to answer your question, Dom, is when I might decide to use the VWAP. I actually looked at this earlier on both of these perspectives, so I kind of knew what I was going to be pulling up here. Other than that, I just use the 10 SMA because it just seems to work for me. But I love Brian's approach with the anchor, meaning a gap, a giant volume day, a giant gap off of an earnings surprise. So then you anchor off of that day and you say, from that day forward, everybody who jumped in this stock, they're either above the VWAP or below the VWAP. And it can be a pretty interesting indicator, I think. All right. I'll be with you guys for another 10 or 15 minutes. Just let me know what you want to talk about. S&P kind of bleeding a little bit on that moving average, where the Nasdaq's still holding it, and the IWM also still holding it. Yeah, more energy names coming back a little bit. Other than all that, it does seem kind of quiet out there. I'm just kind of monitoring the stuff I usually monitor. I'm not really looking for anything new. Let's see. Yeah, I'm caught up. What do you want to talk about? All right, good. Quick question. I have trade ideas and IBK. I pay for the market data level 2. I use the integrated brokerage plus, but can't seem to find the level 2 data. Ooh, well, that would be on Trader Workstation side over on Interactive Brokers. I wouldn't even know where to point you, honestly. Their workstation's really crazy. We don't have any level 2 associated with trade ideas. You always want to get that through your broker, and pretty much any broker would have that for you. So if you're trying to figure out how to find the level 2 data over at IB, I'm not able to help you. I'm sorry. If somebody else knows, they could certainly chime in. I would assume they have level 2 over at Trader's Workstation, as they call it, for IB. HR Puff and stuff. You must have seen my tweet yesterday about Sid and Marty Croft. That was my childhood. Lidsville, HR Puff and stuff, Sigmund and the Sea Monsters, Land of the Lost, Shazam. Saturday mornings used to be cool for us Gen X kids. All right, yeah, good luck. Hopefully they can help you out there at IB. I just wouldn't know where to even start. Yep, Scooby, how about the Laugh Olympics? Remember that one? Super Friends. That's when I know we've definitely run out of good content for trading and softwares when we start diverging and devolving into Saturday morning cartoons of the 70s. So Damien says IB file search. Oh, so there's a search function there. Cool. Hopefully that helps. Damien's tips there. Gosh, this one, I love this one was so strong for me a few months ago, TGB, and then it just broke. And I got out. And I'm just looking for a reason to get back in, but all I see is just any move is going to be right up into the armpit there. And it's just, you're literally a hoper when you're playing those kind of charts. So I've got to wait for TGB to set up again before I get interested. Got to eat my own dog food when I say the chart has to confirm the story. Yeah, or time and sales would work, but if you're wanting to see the spread of an individual stock, that's not going to show it to you. Hang in there, Swabby. Yeah, pretty quiet out there in all the different areas I monitor. Well, we're getting close to when Barry's going to sneak back in here, so if there's anything you've been holding on to that you wanted to talk about, now would be the time. Because when he slides back in, I'm going to head on out. Yeah, no problem. You are very welcome, Dom. Again, we do these every day at noon. It's a great support site to come in and get help on trade ideas. A lot of times if people were struggling with something in the morning in our support chat, we tell them to come here because getting on the phone and having you point at things that I can't see or we can't see, it's not very efficient. So we like to give visual demonstrations where you can pull up a chair, ask a question. We can find out exactly what it is you're looking for, and then give you a visual demo. So we do this every day, and Barry does it every day in his room as well. All right, very good. I'm sure something will come up between now and tomorrow. You can come back tomorrow. Bang thumper. Brian's actually showing me something right now. Let me look at his. And I will copy that page and send it back to him just to make him laugh. Let's see what it looks like on the 15-minute visual, if it looks any different. A new issue with an anchored VWAP. Anchor, VWAP. Interesting support. Send him that one too so he knows I'm paying attention. I guess that's a solar stock. And he's being a dick, saying, thanks, I don't get charts. Laugh out loud. Okay. He wants to be funny. He wants to be a funny guy. All right. All right, Barry's back. Thanks, everybody. I will see you guys next Tuesday, if not in the afternoon webinar today. Bye-bye.
You see another one with a spread issue. I mean, 851, 857 for an $8 stock. That's a 6-cent spread. It's just a little too much. I mean, look at the VXRT. Nice little 1-cent spread. How could he be all out? I just got in. I know. You're in it for like 2 cents. And it looks like almost we're getting across there too. On the 2-minute chart, looks like the 8 EMA is trying to cross. Mentioned CDMO, CDMO. And there it is, CDMO right there now. Yes, now the market is starting to move out of that area. Here it is. Just like clockwork, William. Now, I'm not expecting much for this VAXRT. I mean, I think this could stall it right there, right around here. But if it takes out 44, then look out below. Yeah, so just a recommendation. You see these, I mean, I know I took the Ever, but the Ever, it kind of tightened up for the price of the stock. But you start to see spreads, 5, 6, 8 cents on an $8 stock. You know it's hard to commit. So I'm looking at the IEA 841, 850. It's just hard to commit. Now within IB, there's a way to sometimes get a mid. You can select mid and maybe get a fill mid. But I just look at those and just have to take a pass. As opposed to the VXRT, which is 43, 44, perfect. I mean, that's obviously the best spread you're going to get is a penny. Yeah, CDMO. I mean, it is obviously it looks like it's really extended on the twos, even on the fives. What's the 200 day? So it's above the 200 day. See if there's any news for them. CDMO. I don't see any specific news today for CDMO. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to exit the YouTube feed, and then I'm going to start my video. Market still in mini drift mode here. All right, CDE. Look at the volume that just came in. Wow, look at the volume for CDE. 1 million shares on the 2-minute chart. Look at that volume. It's a huge float. 238 million in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. But look at the volume that just all of a sudden came in. So this is usually, I associate this as a silver play. And I noticed AG earlier. There's a silver ETF. All right, guys, I'm not sure if Steve is out of the feed, but I will start my video now. So I will just put the announcement in. And today is, yeah, it's Tuesday. How could I forget? Tuesday. So there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. All right, and I'll just pop the link for my videos into the room. So again, if you click on my homepage link right here, you will see one of the sections is market recap video. You click there and you subscribe to it, and it should be out a couple of hours after I finish it, sent to your email. All right, VXRT, maybe a leg down. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute now, do my video. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm in the country of Canada. All right, so the VXRT, I have covered some, got a little more than I thought it would. I've covered some at around 540. I was in at 553. That's on the short. And let's see what else is happening here. CLI. Okay, kind of interesting. Let's see what sort of room it has on that weekly. 1224, so that's the next high looking left. Pretty good volume. 2.5 times normal. Actually getting a lot here in the no repeat. Boy, that's those are a lot of alerts. These are all stocks making new highs. You mean VXRT? Oh no, you're talking Vert. Okay. Ah, VXRT though, great percentage move. William, you're not in it anymore. I know you just took your little peanuts. No, I'm sorry, I confused you with an elephant. Peanuts. Well, the next level, I mean, if it can get down here, yeah, I mean, great, 520 or so. Actually, right there in the 15. Who knows, 514 maybe. And there's actually a cross now on the 5-minute. I'm not adding. I'm not adding, but there is a cross on the 5-minute. So there was the cross up here, 550. You're still short. That's and you were probably what up at 780 or so. That's a lot for you. Great little percentage move on the downside for VXRT. Now keep an eye on CLI. I mean, this might be. Let's see. This could turn into a short also. It is shortable. Yes, it is shortable. Might have to get a little higher. CLI might have to get a little higher. All right, well, the SPY is definitely flattened out now. All right, Loco on the way down at 15, got a little bit over 15, kind of got rejected. There's a cross right there at 15.01 for El Pollo Loco. And it looks like it wants to move down. A bit of a spread issue, a 7-cent spread, $14 stock. Bit of a spread issue, not horrible, but look at the cross right there. It probably would help if the market started to drift down a little bit more. You know, I might take this short if the ask catches up to the bid. I mean, we have 1492, 1499. You know, we get something like 1492, 1494. Probably take the short and just put a 15 stop on it and see what happens. This drive is 2 weeks, yep. November 9th to November 20th. It's been 2 weeks now for, I think, the last 4 of them. Hola, Alejandro. Okay, well, welcome back the second time. All right, guys, I'm kind of watching. Okay, I still have that VXRT. See if I can just move down a little bit further. I have to put in a price alert right here, 532. Okay, sounds good, Alejandro. All right, ORBC. Now it's extended, but look at this. Look at this one start to move, and it has room. On that monthly chart, the next high looking left is, wow, way over here, 582. Probably that's, you know, there's not a lot blocking it on the weekly chart. Volume came in. Look at that 2 minute. Look at the 2 minute volume coming in. It's not a low float, 73 million in the float. Satellite communications, let's see any specific news. Orbcom and Inmarsat release a video interview, or it just broke. I see the same thing. So even though I don't have what you have necessarily, I see the same thing real on the 2 and the 5. Welcome, Adrian. Oh yeah, fun day to trade. Tomorrow should be even more fun. Market is just, again, kind of flattening out a bit. I don't anticipate a big move. Well, maybe. I mean, actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, we're drifting down on the 15s. And there's even a cross starting on the 15-minute chart. There's that 8 EMA. There's turning to curve down. There's the 20 SMA moving up a little bit. So, well, okay, so I'm sharing a lot of, yeah, so I am getting, AI is really quiet today. I mean, there's a few trades, but nothing, in my opinion, really happened today. I would say this whole week is going to be, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. based on the results of the election, and we may not know really what the results are for several days after that. So I'm not really even paying that much attention to the AI this week. But I am paying attention to another little leg down for VXRT. So I'm sharing a lot of scans, Adrian, as an example. So I can put my homepage link in. And I'll show you where you can see all my scans. So if you click on that link that I just put in, if you click on that link, my homepage link, if you click on it, you will see one of the sections is called my scans, okay? If you click here, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. And I try to name them that, you know, they kind of make sense, all right? But also what I would do, if you are new to the platform, you know, in here also, if you go to the, exit that, if you go to take advantage of the Trade Ideas education, if you click on that, and you'll see the 20 lessons in 20 days. Now, it won't take you 20 days, it could take you 20 minutes, but you know, a lot of them are just the basic stuff that we have to have that we offer. You know, what is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one. So all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, I would really, really, really take a look at this 20 lessons in 20 days. Again, you know, it was good marketing, 20 lessons in 20 days, but certainly you can do it a lot faster. It's just all text-based. All right. Okay. 100% real. If there is uncertainty, you know, the market hates uncertainty. So yeah, it will not be a good day. Well, it depends. I mean, it'll be volatility. We always seem to find things to trade because, you know, a lot of the stuff that we look at flies under the radar. Yeah, but you can make, Adrian, you know what? I liken it to this. If you, I'm sure most people are familiar with Microsoft Word. You look at that manual for Microsoft Word. I mean, if you thought, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all that? You'd go crazy, right? But most people, when they have Word, all they want to know is, okay, how do I print? Maybe how do I change the font size, perhaps? Maybe how do I bold or underline? And how do I, you know, save it? I mean, that's probably for most people all they use Word for, even though the manual is several hundred pages thick. Same thing with Trade Ideas. We have a lot of alerts and filters, but you know, for instance, myself, I probably use 0.5% of them, 1% of them. You know, once you learn how to create a top list, once you learn how to create an alert window, and add the filters that you like. I mean, really, and you don't even have to do that if you don't want to. You can take a look at my scans. And you can you know, load them. All you have to do, once you do, you just right click, configure, click on the summary, you see the filters that I'm using. You can always change them. You know, I have a certain price range that I like. As an example, you may have a different idea. But you know, those are the very basic things. Once you do it a few times, it'll you know, so I wouldn't get too overwhelmed by, you know, all that it looks like. If that makes sense. I mean, look at my setup. I mean, I have my watch list here, which you can access from the channel bar, new channel bar, and then my watch list, okay? And I have these windows here. That's it. I mean, I have a couple others on my other monitors, but I mean, I don't try to make it, I don't overcomplicate things, for me anyway. That's, that's funny. I was asked if I'm the owner. Yes, I am. I am the owner. No, I'm not the owner of Trade Ideas. Depends what you mean by the guy in the video. I do a daily video, but I mean, I am not the owner of Trade Ideas. No. I work for Trade Ideas. Yeah, I'm Spartacus. Old reference for those of you who haven't seen Spartacus before. Kirk Douglas. Depends what you mean. What guy in what video? Well, this VXRT continues to inch down a little bit. Look at the SPY just flattening out. Well, so it's 1:32, so at 2 o'clock there is a marketing meeting that I will be attending. This one from yesterday, look, it did its thing again, kind of. ISIG, these big topping tails. Not quite as tall this time. So ISIG stirring a little bit here. Got up to 133 yesterday. Low float, 7.8 million in the float. Well, I mean, you're in a trading room right now, Alejandro. I mean, there is another, well, when I say another one, it's concurrent to the one you're in. It's just a little more, you might want to pop into this one. I can give you the link for it. Okay, it's a little more well, not a little more. It's a lot more active, a lot more traders in there. But it's not a chat to tell you. I mean, hot stocks. I mean, we're looking at ideas all day long. We start at 9 in the morning Eastern time, so half an hour before the market opens. Do I have my own rules? I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't chase stocks. I mean, that's for one thing. I don't chase stocks. Most of the time, see, but my rules are more like this because I'm a momentum trader. So everything I see is either a new high for the day or a new low for the day. So what I'm always looking at then are the daily, weekly, and monthly charts. Even though I'm an intraday trader, these are, people ask me, what is your most, what time frame do you concentrate on the most? Well, it's really the daily, weekly, and monthly because I don't have to worry about intraday resistance because the stock's already at a high. So what I'm always doing is I'm looking left to see, okay, great, you're at a high for the day. How much further can you possibly go without encountering some resistance on the higher time frames? So when I see something, that has a big, what I call void or a gap, then I get very interested in it. Then, of course, I want to start watching it. I'm not going to chase it, just because it's making a new high. I like to see it maybe base a little bit. Well, depends on the spread, Laura. I mean, if the spread is bad, you can't, you should never go in at market. So I mean, it depends on the spread, depends on the price of the stock, of course, the spread. So for instance, I mean, going in market as a short, which I did on the VXRT, the spread's a penny, so it doesn't really matter. But if you look at a stock that has a big wide spread, the difference between the bid and the ask, you just have to you just can't go in at the market. You have to either wait for the spread to tighten or just forget about it, or try to pick a price in between and see if you get a fill. And if it's moving so fast you don't get it, you just have to move on. There are plenty of others that won't give you the aggravation of having to deal with bad spreads. Look at ORBC. I'm not saying to do this one right now, but ORBC, it's a 1 cent spread. Yeah, and all you have to do is exchange the word controversy for uncertainty. It's the same thing. The market does not like uncertainty. Well, actually, and now you see the spread forever isn't terrible. I mean, it's 74.87. I mean, it's still 13 cents, but it's not terrible. I mean, it's been as bad as 30 cents. So, I mean, right now, if you were bound and determined to take this stock, you'd have to, in order to get it for sure, you'd have to go into 87. Now, if I wanted this stock right now, I'd probably use the midpoint feature in IB just to see if I could, or pick a price. If I don't get it, I don't get it. I mean, sometimes you just have to look at a stock, and if you don't want to go, if you feel like anxious or uncertain, then just pass. Now, what I will say about the market, it is starting to drift down just a little bit. Look at this 15-minute chart. It's starting to drift down. If all of a sudden, if we get a few of these red bars in a row, we'll have to, it'll be interesting to see how this market closes today. All right, well, ORBC maybe, well, I see now I don't see it at the top of the channel. I see sort of in the middle. So our ORBC now is still alive and kicking. Had a little pullback here in the fives. Let me just look, and again, what I said was on the monthly chart. Looking left on that monthly chart is 582. Hello, Rhoda. Are you coming in from the YouTube feed? All right, I'll change mine to 30 then and see what happens. Yes. I see on my 30 it is at the top also. Okay. Well, Ride is coming back. So this was the SPAC, of course, and it finally merged last week with that Lordstown Motors, and now here's the new symbol, right? So this is not an IPO, in case you're wondering. Speaking of IPOs, anybody, were there any brave souls who decided to have an IPO today? And the answer is no. So there is an IPO tomorrow. Sorry, next Wednesday. So there's no IPOs until next Wednesday, 11/11. Yeah, I can't imagine having an IPO during election week. Ride, yeah, you're right, Real. Ride is not shortable for us at Interactive Brokers. Still pretty strong, this ORBC. Just watching the VXRT, seeing if it can somehow take out 30, 530. If not, I'll be out of it. All right, ORBC, it seems like it's getting stuck right up here. ORBC, maybe getting stuck. I'd like to see it take out that, there's that rising 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. Maybe if it pierces it, that might get it running. But, I think 5 is going to, probably 5 will stall it. Wish we were a little bit further away from that whole number in order to take a short. Okay, and again, this is another one of those SPACs. Changed it. I think it is. Fisker, it's got to be, right? What number do I see in our ORBC in terms of what? Uh, 520? Oh, okay. Not a trade ideas chart, I don't think, because well, it says 520. I'm looking at IB, and it's the last part. The last sale was 519 now. Why would it be, why is it not real time? I don't understand. Like, why are your charts not real time? All right. Well, I'm in the short now, and right up here, right where that appears. So 520 for the ORBC. My stop is going to be right at the top here. So a very, very tight stop. So I've just put a price right there at 514. There's the low. Maybe if it takes this out, we might have a shot down to 5. I doubt it. I mean, I don't think it's going to get that low, but never know. I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. So this is the theory. You know, we see these like usually it's a, well, not usually, but I mean it could be a topping tail or a bottoming tail. So we usually dismiss these. You know, think, oh, it must be a bad print or something. But many times, you know, the price will eventually gravitate down to that level. You know, if it's a bottoming tail or if it's a big topping tail that you kind of discount because it happens so quickly. And so Chris's theory was that, yeah, you see this, and we just sort of discount it, thinking it must be a false print or something. But look what's happening. Now, I'd like to see 10 of them and 9 of them working, or 8 of them working like that before I would put my stamp on it. But it doesn't happen that often. Maybe. You know what? I hemmed and hawed about this one. There was the alert at 8:57, and it got all the way up to 8:90. A little bit of a spread, though, I think we saw on that one. Spread, yeah. I mean, at 75.89, it's just too hard to commit. $84.94. I mean, it's still 10-cent spread. Now, at the end of the day, if this hits $20 today, you don't care about a 10-cent spread, but crystal ball is not that good. Wow, but look at the alert way back here at 8:16 from my watch list. Wow, 8:16. Again, you want access to this watch list every single day. From the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so make sure if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save it to the cloud. You can only have one layout running at a time. See what else happened. 633. What did it do after the alert? 633. No, nothing. This one, Jack, man, look at this one. 556 on the alert. We got up to 588. It pulled back and then got all the way up to 644 before it started to pull back. I don't think GP really moved. 654. Yeah, no, that didn't move. Well, it moved down. I put this in reluctantly, as a cannabis play. Didn't really move. The Pollo Loco, it hasn't really moved. And the Highland, or Helion, really hasn't moved. So two big movers though, percentage-wise, IEA and Jack from my watch list. So I'm in a couple of shorts still, the VXRT and the ORBC, and just waiting on them. I'll be in a marketing meeting at 2. All right, well, it took out that. I was kind of hoping it would take that out at least. Now I'll just have to watch to see how much further ORBC can move down. So I'll be in this marketing meeting, so I've got to make sure I can pay a little bit of attention to the meeting and to the two trades I'm in. On this VXRT, this could be turning into a red green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. What time is it? 6 minutes to go for this candle to close. If this gets down below the low here, 531, that candle, this will be a great looking green bar ignored. What do I mean by that? There's a downtrend. There's the green bar engulfed by the previous red candle. Next candle. If it's red and continues below the low there, then you look at it like this. There's the downward trend, a pause in the trend, and then a continuation. Does that happen 100% of the time? Of course not. But this can be really, really good setups. On the long side also, so if you had a uptrend and then a red candle engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the next candle is green moving up. It's just the reverse. That would be a red bar ignored. Well, our electric vehicles from China are starting to, this one really starting to move down now. XPEV, after a beautiful run, XPEV starting to move down. How's NIO doing? See if the three of them are moving in tandem. Can tandem be 3 or just 2? I know a tandem bike is 2, but yeah, so they're all moving down now. LI, NIO, and XPEV. I just forgot the first one. I like it real. I hadn't had the 30. I hadn't had the 30-minute up. I like it. Probably get fewer, but more quality. For instance, if you look at LI, what did you see? I see about 24.01 for LI on the 30, or just around there. All right, guys, so I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll be on mute. I'll be in a meeting. All right, well, hey, listen, maybe it gets close to 5 now. ORBC. Yeah, I see what I do is I just kind of play around. My price alerts, just keep moving it down a couple of pennies at a time, see if I can induce it downwards. All right, I've covered some though, guys. I have covered unit 520 on the short, and I've covered some now. And I have to get, yeah, I'm just going to have to load my platform for the meeting. right, guys, I'm back right, well, I'm just about ready to shut it down. More long meetings, so I did get the definitive answer. Yes, 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 100% yes. If you sign up for the test drive, you should have data Friday afternoon around, give it a couple of hours after the market closes, okay? Not data, but you'll be able to use, not live data, obviously, but you'll be able to have the program, test, run it, have fun with it Friday night, Saturday and Sunday, get ready for the test drive on Monday, okay? You guys are talking about Roku, something I've never had to have. So, Real, just to pick your brain here, as far as that 30-minute goes on the channel, do you look for any other confirmation on any other time frames? Or is the 30 good enough for you? I'm liking the idea of the 30, of course, because that gives quite a distance to the mean, if that's what we're kind of looking for at some point. If Real is still here. All right. But I like the idea of that 30 because, then you look at the mean. I know you're looking at fib levels, but I'm also looking at that mean. I mean, the whole idea, the reversion to the mean. And of course, it'll be further away on the 30s. We may not get as many alerts, but that's fine. And there's the cross on ATGE also, right there on 24.25. Just a couple of ones that really just exploded. NIO, a little bit here. Look at NIO just cruising higher. New high after new high in terms of all-time highs. And XPEV, I mean, I would not be surprised to see XPEV and LI just continuing. I mean, it still has a way to go. XPEV still has a way to go to its all-time high, 24.99, 25-ish. And then LI, I believe, is kind of the same. That has a way, oops, no, actually I'm wrong. So LI actually, this is a great week. No, I'm sorry, there is the high, 24.47. You think? So just for those of you who don't know, so this was 3 weeks ago, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this was 3 weeks ago, the trade of the week. Right at 22. 22 was the trigger. Not bad. Meanwhile, APVO, wow. I mean, this, not out of nowhere. I mean, this was already super active. I had the pop. But look at this 30-minute rested, and all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere. Look at the volume that has been coming in. 14 million on a 2.8 million float for APVO. And the market is, yes, it looked like it was going to start giving it up, but it looks like it is, that little downtrend is over for a while anyway. All right, guys, so listen, it's 2:51. I may just wrap it up now. I don't think there's too much interest. I think people want to, glue to their TVs or something and see what's happening. So, I mean, I'll put at 3 o'clock. If there are If there are questions, I'll certainly stick around. And tomorrow, well, I don't know. Who knows what it's going to bring? It all depends on how definitive an outcome we're going to have. When I say we, you guys are going to have. Well, we're all active in this room. I mean, anonymous. If you're looking for me to make 20 trades a day, no, there's no there. You won't be. I don't know if there is a. But there are a lot of people in this room who are trading. You can take a look at Real. I mean, he probably makes, I don't know, 10, 15 trades a day. Don't want to put words in his mouth. But why it's a matter of. I take it you don't have the product yet. I mean, we're firing ideas out here. APVO. I'm sure there are people in this one. No. No, not that I'm aware of, anonymous. Yeah, no. So obviously, guys, I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm not in the VXRT anymore. That did not. Remember, I was talking a little earlier about. Was it on the 15? I can't remember anymore. Was it the 15 or the? Yeah, it was a 5-minute chart. We were looking. Yeah, we were looking right here at that green, and if that had been a red candle coming down below, then that would have been a beautiful green bar ignored. Just didn't happen, and so. And the same thing on the 15. This just didn't happen. That green candle did not go below that red candle. So when that didn't happen, that's what got me out of that trade. I still have a little bit of the ORBC left, but it doesn't look like it's going to be very, very much more dynamic. And the ATGE is something I definitely would be interested in, but again, I'm going to be wrapping up pretty soon. But there is the cross right there, right around 24.27, just basing. So this would be very interesting to take this one. You put a really tight stop on it. Not even sure it was available to short. Let me just see. Yeah. Yeah, 56,000 at Interactive Brokers. I did not try to short this one at all. Then that marketing meeting, and yeah, I mean, it's interesting how it all, I mean, look at this. Look at all the basing on the 5-minute chart, on the 2-minute chart, even on the 30 to some extent, the 15. Then all of a sudden out of nowhere, I mean, it already had news. I know it had some news. But, the news, I mean, look what happened. It got up to, wow, in fact, it is now just taking out the high. Right at the high of the pre-market, 924. What did it get to? 930. Got up to 934. Market opens, goes all the way down to 7. I mean, you would have thought, okay, that's over. Then out of nowhere, look at all the volume that came into APVO. Yeah, so I'm just going to delete that post, okay? You know, if in your opinion you think it might run, but you just can't put it will. Hope you understand. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Other than where is APVO going to stop? Wow. I mean, unless they came up with more data, it's very strange the way trading happens sometimes, isn't it? No. Um, you're talking about the bottoming tail. I mean, listen, I mean, you could do something, you know, a certain percentage drop in like 2 minutes, but that may not be. And so what might happen is you might see the drop and then like you get the alert of the drop and then it comes back up. So there's no way to actually scan for that bottoming tail, but you could scan for a quick drop or a quick pop and see what happens right after that. See if it maintains it. You know, and put something. For instance, what was the one? The only problem is you might want to put a dollar value. Depends on the price of the security too. Oh, true. Well, I mean, you could try the running down and running up. You know, I mean, we do have these are alerts, so you could use the running. I haven't used this one for a long time, so you could use the running up or running down and in dollars. Okay, you know, and just see what happens. Okay, you can just see what happens because you can put a dollar amount. So what was the one? What was that one? And I'll answer your question in a SQ. Okay. So what did it drop? So this was at 159 and it got down to 156 approximately. So I mean, you know, for a more expensive stock, you know, you could set a price range and then you could say, okay, you know, give me a, I don't know, a $2 or $3 drop. Just see what happens. So a new low, 3 hours no, but 2 hours yes. So the most you can use is 120 minutes. No. Doesn't need a new high. No, it's just running up a certain, you know, a certain dollar amount if you put it in there. So you could use the 120 minute. That would be a 2 hour range. So we do have the ranges. But just a minute, that's not what you want. No, that's not what you want. Yes, it is what you want. Just a minute. Just a minute. No, I think you want the position. Yeah, I see. It only goes 60. So, so you want the position in the 60-minute range as an example to be right at the low. So we do, that's the lowest we've got. The other one is the actual range itself, if that makes sense. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be right at the low. Whereas if you use the position in 60-minute range and it has to be right at the low, you could use the max at 0, and so it's right at the low of the 60-minute range. Or at the high, so 100 or 0. Does that make sense? Because you want the position in. But we only go up to 1 hour, 60 minutes. I mean, you can try the other one, but I don't think it's going to give you what you want. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up. And I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but I will be here. That I do know. So thanks a lot for all the help. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll have to see what happens. We have no idea if it'll be a finalized election tonight or not, but the room will be open, so I'm sure there will be opportunities. So have a great evening, everybody, whatever you're going to do, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.